Chapter 3659. Yang Shui turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Big brother, wait for me here for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come out of seclusion." Yang Kai raised his hand and rubbed her head. "Big brother will wait for you." If it was in the outside world, 10 years would be too long, but this was the flowing time temple, where the principle of time flowed. 10 years here would not be long in the outside world. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to study a new secret technique. The Wind Monarch was at death's door and was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. Even if he was a fake emperor, he had to be obedient after entering the small sealed world, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to make any waves. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went back to their seclusion. The little girl asked Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years. She did not say what she wanted to do, but from her mysterious appearance, it was obvious that something good was going to happen. Before leaving, Yang Kai woke Liu Yang up. When the master and servant saw each other again, they were naturally happy. In the main hall, Yang Kai informed Liu Yang and Chengqi about the recent situation in the star boundary. When they entered the Four Seasons realm together, the demon race had not yet invaded, so they did not know the situation in the outside world. When they first heard that the star boundary was in such a situation, both Liu Yang and Chengqi were shocked. This matter was too sudden for them. They had just entered the flowing time temple to sleep, but who knew that the star boundary would be in deep trouble? Chengqi would definitely follow Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to assist them in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the current situation in the star boundary, lest the two children would be confused about the outside world when they came out of seclusion. The conversation did not take much time. A few days later, Yang Kai found a secret room and went into seclusion. Previously, in the demon territory, he used the sealed world bead to devour the continents in the demon territory, but the more he devoured, the more problems came. The world principles in the third territory were gradually perfected and had a tendency to devour and assimilate the second territory. The reason was that the world principles in the second territory were relatively low level, making it difficult for them to resist the invasion of the third territory. This was the same principle as water flowing to lower places. When there was more water in the third territory, it would naturally flow to the second territory. In the second territory, Yang Kai had devoured several cultivation stars in the lower plane star territory, forming a territory. There were several creatures living on the cultivation stars, and if left alone, those creatures would definitely be demonized. This kind of demonization was not like the demonization of demon heaven Daoist. Those creatures were weak, and once infected by the demonic qi, they would become mindless walking corpses. Those were creatures living on 3 cultivation stars, and the number was difficult to calculate. The demon territory had to be devoured, but the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars could not be left alone. Otherwise, what difference would there be between Yang Kai and an executioner? If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. It just so happened that the devouring in the demon territory could no longer continue, so he brought Yu Meng and the others back to the star boundary. If this matter was not resolved, the continents in the demon territory could no longer be devoured. The solution was not difficult, and the root of the problem lay with those creatures. He just needed to transfer those creatures out of the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was the master of Heng Luo Starfield, and in the star territory, there were many cultivation stars suitable for habitation and cultivation. As long as those creatures were brought back to Heng Luo Starfield and transferred to other cultivation stars, it would be enough. This method was the simplest, but it was not easy to implement. In the lower plane star territory, there were indeed many cultivation stars, but each cultivation star had its own complete set of systems. If a large number of outsiders were rashly sent, it might cause some turmoil. Take a city for example. This city originally only had 100,000 people living in it, and although there was friction and fighting, it could be considered a peaceful life, but if 20,000 outsiders suddenly joined this city, everything might be in chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but this was basically impossible. All the cultivation stars in the star territory had basically been explored. So, Yang Kai chose the second method, which was to separate the second territory from the small sealed world bead and make it a new world of its own. In this way, the crisis of it being swallowed by the third territory could be avoided. The second territory was swallowed by the sealed world bead, and since it could be swallowed, it could also be separated. However, this was a bit difficult for young Kai. Separating a world was tantamount to recreating the universe and refining the world. This method was even more difficult than Li Wuyi refining indefinite mountain. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great benefit to young Kai's cultivation of the Tao of space, enough to make his attainments in the Tao of space world shaking. It was difficult, but it also had huge benefits, so young Kai was naturally eager to try. What's more, even if it didn't work, he could still transfer those creatures to various cultivation stars. At worst, he could just run to a few more cultivation stars and settle down a few fewer people on each cultivation star. Creating the universe and refining the heavens and earth, Li Wuyi had already done so. Boundless Mountain was his masterpiece, so to a certain extent, what young Kai wanted to do was the same as refining Boundless Mountain. Indefinite Mountain originally belonged to the star boundary, but Li Wuyi separated it from the star boundary and refined it into a small sealed world. The second territory was originally a small sealed world, but young Kai also wanted to separate it and refine it into a small sealed world. The experience of the seniors could be used as a reference. Indefinite Mountain was no longer in his hands. In order to repair the Universe Tower, it had been contributed to Star Soul Palace, but Li Wuyi had given young Kai a jade slip in addition to Indefinite Mountain. That jade slip contained Li Wuyi's various insights on creating the universe and refining the world. It could be said to be his highest attainments in space principles. A small jade slip was tantamount to a peerless treasure for young Kai. He didn't have the time to investigate it before, so he planned to study it properly after going to the lower star territory, but now, he had 10 years to use, so how could he waste it? So young Kai went into secluded cultivation. The jade slip contained the essence of Li Wuyi's life of cultivation. Young Kai was fascinated by it and soon entered a state of selflessness. In the flowing time temple, the principles of time pervaded. This was the legacy of the great emperors, not the work of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, but it was more or less related to them. They obtained the inheritances of the great emperors and cultivated the secret arts of the great emperors, which would stimulate the barriers in the flowing time temple and make the principles of time flow, making the time here different from the outside world. This kind of inheritance was not inexhaustible. Once the flowing time force was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer have such a miraculous effect. But for Kai Yang, these 10 years were nothing but a waste of time. Nothing happened for 10 years. Qiongqi and Liu Yang did not come to disturb him. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were also working hard, and young Kai was immersed in the jade slip, unable to extricate himself. Only Wind Chue was restless. After young Kai summoned him, he was not very willing to return to the small sealed world as there was no one to play with him. Over the past 10 years, he had been following Qiongqi and Liu Yang. All three of them were divine spirits. Although their origins were different, they could be said to have hit it off and gradually became familiar with each other. From young Kai, Qiongqi and Liu Yang also knew that Wind Chue was a strange beast in the territory of the demon realm. Although its intelligence was not high, its strength was not bad. They had fought many times over the past 10 years, so they knew each other's abilities like the back of their hands. However, such a strange beast was only the mount of the demon saint in the demon territory. Qiongqi and Liu Yang had a slight understanding of the strength of the demon saint. 10 years later, one day, the quiet flowing time temple suddenly buzzed. The sound was dull, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Young Kai, who was meditating, was alarmed and gradually came back to his senses. He released his divine sense to check the surroundings. The next moment, Yang Shui's clear voice sounded in his ear, "Big brother, wait a moment. Xiao and I will be done soon." Young Kai heard this and knew that the temple's abnormality was because of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, so he was relieved and continued to study the jade slip. The little girl said soon, and soon, a month had passed. The temple's abnormality lasted for a whole month. Every day, every moment, the flowing time temple buzzed endlessly. Occasionally, a profound light would bloom from all over the temple, flickering with light. It was not until a month later that the temple stabilized when a long roar sounded. In front of the door of the secret room, Yang Xiao leisurely appeared. He was dressed in white, spotless clothes, and his snow-white hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His figure was tall and handsome, and his face was like jade. In the end, he was from the dragon race and came from a good background. With his appearance and temperament, if he went out, he would probably charm thousands of women. The elegant young man bowed, cupped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome back, father." When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Yang Kai smiled. "Where did the joy come from?" Yang Xiao said, "Seeing the light in father's eyes and the glow on your face, you must have gained a lot during your seclusion. This child congratulates you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just picking up the wisdom of others. 10 years of studying Li Wui's cultivation experience was just picking up the wisdom of others." Yang Xiao also shook his head. "Today I'm picking up the wisdom of others. In the future, father will be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao." Yang Kai couldn't help but look him up and down a few times and said with disdain, "When did you learn to be so glib? The dragon race doesn't know how to flatter others. If your parents see you like this, they will definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Xiao said seriously, "Everything this child has today was given to me by father. I dare not accept father's praise." "Bastard." Yang Kai scolded with a smile, "Are you trying to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Yang Xiao put on a cheeky grin and stepped forward to hold Yang Kai's arm, acting like a filial son serving his grandfather. "Father, please come with me. Little auntie has prepared everything, so we can leave now." "Okay, I'm still young." Yang Kai shook off his hand and walked out with him. Flowing Time Temple. The door was open. Outside the main entrance, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, Liu Yang, and Zui Feng were all there. Hearing the movement behind her, Yang Shui turned around and fixed her eyes on Yang Kai's white hair for a moment. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Big brother, sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It just so happens that I also need this time. I'm basking in your light." He looked around and said, "If you're ready, let's go." Yang Shui nodded and glanced at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smiled and stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Shui. In the next moment, the two changed their hand signs. Chapter 3660. Their spells were different, but the law of time that emanated from them was exactly the same. After a short while, Yang Xiao looked solemn and stamped his feet on the ground. The temple buzzed, and a rumbling sound came from all over the temple, rolling like thunder. Yang Shui raised her hand gently and shouted, "Rise! Rumble!" The flowing time temple was uprooted, like a big tree, slowly rising from the ground. The flowing time temple was not only a temple, but also the palace of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. The so-called palace could be brought wherever one went, just like the palanquins and carriages of mortals. This was unimaginable for ordinary people, but it was common for the great emperors. The central control of the flowing time temple was the endless hourglass. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent 10 years refining the endless hourglass. Although they had cultivated the true teachings of the great emperors and could activate some of the power of the hourglass when it was in their hands, if they wanted to completely control the flowing time temple, they had to practice it well. After 10 years of hard work, now, the great emperor's palace had become the two children's carriage. The temple rose, broke through the void, and rushed out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless valley, the embodiment sat cross-legged on the ground, with two sculptures in front of him. They were not sculptures, but the two half-saint of demon race sealed by the divine technique of the great emperors. After a fierce battle, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo only had time to show their faces, but they were sealed here before they could do anything. The former was like an angry Vajra, while the latter was like a lion hunting a rabbit, motionless. They looked no different from sculptures. The embodiment was a little worried. Although it had ascertained that the two half-saint of demon race were not in mortal danger, it could not break the restriction on the two after repeated attempts. Naturally, it could not help them regain their freedom. Although the embodiment and Yang Kai's cultivation were different, they had been through life and death together for so many years. It had also experienced everything that Yang Kai had experienced, so it could be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable. Now that it had the power of a half-saint, it could not do anything about the current state of Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo. Naturally, it was a little worried. Moreover, it had been more than a month, and there was no movement from the main body. It did not know what the main body had encountered in the Four Seasons realm. However, a month ago, its heart suddenly throbbed and it felt like it was going to die. It was Yang Kai's embodiment, formed by a wisp of Yang Kai's soul entering the body of the stone mongoose. Whether it cultivated to a half-saint or a demon saint, this would not change. It was born because of Yang Kai and it would die because of Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai met with an accident, it would be doomed. On the other hand, if something happened to it, Yang Kai would not be implicated. At that time, it and Zhao Quan were cleaning up the battlefield and had just settled the sealed Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo when the feeling of impending death suddenly hit it. It immediately understood that the main body should have encountered some trouble. It couldn't figure out how the main body was chasing the seriously injured Wind Monarch with a fierce beast like Zui Feng. How could it be that the main body was in such a state? It couldn't figure it out, but it was certain that something must have happened in the Four Seasons realm. However, it couldn't manage the main body's affairs. At the time, it immediately called Zhao Quan over and arranged for the future. After its death, it asked him to take Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo to the Seven Fog Sea and give the two half-saint to Li Wuyi. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. Two flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat." The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic chi wrapped Bai Ya, Bai Zhuo and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his Emperor's Qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Don't panic." The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the Flowing Time Temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the Wind Monarch. Catcher. The void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Flowing Time Temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The Flowing Time Great Empress Palace reappeared after countless years. Old Cheong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor, the old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. The captives of the demon path from the Emperor realm were even more shocked. Although they had become the demon race, their minds were still clear. How could they not know the origin of this palace? However, they didn't see the Wind Monarch's figure. They knew that from today onwards, the 4 great monarchs under the Tao Master would become 3 great monarchs. Jumping out of the void, Yang Shui waved her small hand and the seal disappeared. The temple quickly shrank, turning into the size of a palm in a few breaths and being put into her sleeve. Windchaser screamed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He lowered his head and stared at Yang Shui's sleeve as if he had seen a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could such a big palace be stored in her sleeve? This sleeve can hold so much space. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the embodiment. He looked at Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo and asked, "How is it?" Previously, he had chased the Wind Monarch into the Four Seasons realm and didn't have time to investigate the situation of these 2 half-saint of demon race. He only had time to ask now. "They didn't die," the embodiment replied. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't die. He was really afraid that Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo had met with some mishap. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to you. "Are you Meng and Bai Li Mo? Your hair has turned white?" The embodiment frowned and looked at Yang Kai's head. When Yang Kai entered the Four Seasons realm, his hair was as black as ink, but after coming out, his hair had turned white. Although the embodiment didn't know what had happened, he could guess that Yang Kai must have had a fierce battle inside when he thought of the palpitations he felt before. "I've aged a few 100 years. Yang Kai smiled. It wasn't a big deal. He was now a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan. In this realm, a few 100 years was considered young. "They are." The embodiment looked at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Like Yang Kai, he felt that they looked familiar at first glance. He vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Even if he could remember, he didn't dare to recognize them. In just a few years, the 2 children had grown up. It was too bizarre. It was troublesome to explain, so Yang Kai simply passed his divine sense to the embodiment. The embodiment pondered for a moment and couldn't help but stare. "Xiao Shuer?" Yang Xiao obediently stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Xiao greets second uncle." The embodiment was Yang Kai's doppelganger, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his biological brother. Calling him second uncle was right. This stinky brat's mouth was filled with honey. With just one sentence, the embodiment laughed heartily. Yang Shui didn't know about the embodiment's existence. After all, she was too young when she left the High Heaven Palace and hadn't seen the embodiment. However, since Yang Xiao took the initiative, she also knew how to address him. When she called him second brother, the embodiment's mouth almost cracked open to his ears. After laughing, the embodiment said, "You came out at the right time. I need your help with this matter." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo over and placed them in front of him. The 2 half-saint of demon race were sealed by the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors. It couldn't lift the seal, but after knowing that the 2 children were the successors of the great emperors, it naturally could lift the seal. Since it was a family matter, it naturally had to help. The 2 children each stretched out a finger and pointed at Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo's foreheads. In the next moment, the law of time surged and wrapped the 2 half-saint of demon race. Not long after, about half an hour, the 2 half-saints' eyes suddenly turned, and then the devil vitality in their bodies surged. Bai Ya roared, "Give me your lives." Bai Zhuo shouted, "Die." They attacked together. However, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already prepared. When their bodies swayed, they both hid behind Yang Kai. When the 2 half-saints' divine technique reached Yang Kai, their expressions changed. They forcibly withdrew their power and retreated quickly. Then, with a muffled groan, they froze in mid-air. Forcibly withdrawing their power caused them some backlash, but it wasn't a big problem. The 2 half-saint had already reached the realm of freely withdrawing and releasing their power. After a while, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya walked back in confusion. They looked at the unfamiliar faces, especially Chengqi and Liu Yang, and then looked at Yang Kai. They were very confused. Bai Zhuo said, "What's going on? Where's the Wind King?" In his perception, he was preparing to attack the Wind King a moment ago, but in the next moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of him. There was no sign of the Wind King around. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's hair turned white, and he looked a few years older. Yang Kai turned to look at the two children and asked, "They don't know?" Yang Shui smiled and said, "The principles of time have stopped. They can't sense anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood why the two half-saint of demon race reacted like this. During the time they were sealed, they couldn't see or feel anything. It was equivalent to being removed from their lives by the principles of time. It would be strange if they could react. Chapter 3661. After this explanation, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, they hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time, they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the flowing time temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Chengqi also told him that the power in the flowing time temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Mortian Daos, the Emperor realm, had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Zhao Quan as an example, as long as Bai Zhuo could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, there were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Bai Zhuo. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the flowing time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the 7 Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Feng Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Keny's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of Demon Heavenly Dao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled. Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded. All right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier, since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, "Master, please wait a moment, let me identify the direction." He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way. This is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located. With a reference, it was easy. Wind Monarch was born in the Remain Island, but he was good at the Remain sect, so he quickly identified the direction and pointed, this way, it should be within 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai casually stuffed him back into the small sealed world. Pushing his demonic chi, he wrapped everyone up and rushed in that direction. Under the surge of space principles, his figure flickered in the void. Looking at the lineup on their side, including Windchaser in the small sealed world, there were 4 half-saint of demon race on standby. Liu Yang and Chungchi were 2 divine spirits who were not inferior to the half-saint fake emperor. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were only first-order emperors, they were the descendants of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could they be underestimated? The 2 of them had good aptitudes, but the reason why it took them hundreds of years to cultivate to the first-order emperor realm was because the inheritance of the great emperors was mysterious and unparalleled. Although their cultivation was slow, their strength was incomparable. This was their foundation. Yang Kai himself was a high-rank demon king, and he could fight with Wind Monarch until both sides were injured. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even if there was a demon saint blocking the way ahead, they would still be able to put up a fight. What's more, they were just looking for the remains of the great emperors, so they probably wouldn't run into any trouble. Galloping along the way, they would occasionally pull Wind Monarch out to correct their direction. Above the Eastern Sea, rolling demon clouds passed by, scaring countless small sects. On the 3rd day, an island appeared in front of them. This island was not small, with a radius of several hundred kilometers. This was the place where Wind Monarch was born. Originally, there was a leaving sect on this island, but it had long been destroyed by Wind Monarch. Now, the leaving sect was occupied by a small sect. It was even worse than the leaving sect in the past. Back then, the leaving sect had a great emperor of the emperor realm, But now, the strongest person in this small sect was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai and the others were here to look for something, so they didn't want to disturb others. When they arrived, they dispersed their demon pressure and quietly spread out, each of them searching separately. Yang Kai didn't have much hope for this trip. The flowing time Great Emperor was wandering the world and encountered an accident. When the Great Emperors died, the endless hourglasses returned to the temple. Although one of their remains fell into the Eastern Sea, it didn't mean anything. But since they knew this news, they had to investigate. The group of 5 split into 4 groups. Liu Yang and Yang Kai went together. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, Liu Yang stuck close to Yang Kai and refused to be separated from him. The 2 children and old Cheung each went their own way. For several days, Yang Kai and Liu Yang traveled tens of thousands of kilometers around the territory of the Eastern Sea, but found nothing. However, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade slip flew through the air. A few days ago, Yang Kai refined a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Chengqi to contact him. If they were in danger, they could send him a message at any time or teleport to his side to take refuge. At this moment, the message came from Yang Shui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was surprised. "You really found something?" Shui's message in the jade slip was brief. Obviously, she was pressed for time and didn't have time to say much. But since she sent the message, she must have found something. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Sea was not in vain. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Liu Yang and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Chengqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the 2 of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it, I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. It turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. Chapter 3662. There were more types of sea demons than land demons, and they were also more complicated. This mussel was obviously a sea demon, but judging from its aura, it was already at the Demon King realm, and it was full of skills. It was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. The mussel was very good at escaping in the sea, so its speed was naturally very fast. How could Yang Shui catch up with it? Yang Kai did not know why the little girl was chasing the sea monster. Before he could ask, he heard Yang Xiao laughing, "Little aunt, don't worry. Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished his words, he turned into a small white dragon. The dragon's body was crystal clear like jade. It was white and flawless. It was very beautiful. After turning into his original form, Yang Xiao turned into a white light and went straight to the mussel. His speed was much faster than the mussel. Although Yang Xiao was not a water dragon, he was like a tiger in the forest. In this vast sea, there were very few creatures that could be faster than a dragon race. As long as he chased after it, the mussel would have nowhere to go. While chasing, Yang Xiao cast a spell and shouted, "The one in front, please wait. We have something to discuss with you. The sea monster Mussel replied, where did this ignorant boy come from? How dare you chase after your grandfather? If you know what's good for you, stop right now. Otherwise, I will eat you. Its tone was very fierce, but it ran even faster. Yang Xiao was furious. Bastard. He opened his mouth and roared, which turned into a dragon's roar. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but who would have thought that he would be provoked by the mussel? Although it was wrong of him to chase after the mussel, it was too much for the mussel to keep calling him grandfather. He was a dragon race after all. Now that he had turned into the true form of the dragon race, which monster dared to call themselves that in front of him? Moreover, the adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind them. Wasn't the clam demon scolding the adoptive father as well? A dragon and a clam monster chased each other through the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. With the space laws at his disposal, so what if he was tens of thousands of feet below the sea? If he wanted to chase after them, he could stop them with a few teleportations. The reason why he didn't chase was because he wanted to see Yang Xiao's abilities. In the Flowing Time Temple, he had abused the Wind Monarch like a dog. But at that time, the Wind Monarch was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been snatched away and he had lost his mind. Now that he had encountered a sea monster, he could test Yang Xiao's ability. However, he still separated a strand of his divine sense and attached it to Yang Xiao. If this stinky brat was really not strong enough, as his father, he would naturally fight together with him. Why are you chasing after it? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yang Shui and asked through telepathy. Yang Shui's eyes were frighteningly bright. The clam demon has something left behind by master. It's very likely that it's also a skeleton. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he received Yang Shui's message earlier, he felt that Yang Shui should have discovered something. Now that he heard her explanation, he knew that she had really discovered it. Others might not have noticed the abnormality of the clam demon, but Yang Shui, as the cross-generational disciple of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and a practitioner of the divine technique of the Great Emperors, had sensed the aura of the clam demon from afar. That aura was extremely well hidden, and those who didn't cultivate the principles of time couldn't detect it. Yang Xiao also sensed it when he came, so he didn't ask and directly chased after it. Qiongqi was both excited and sorrowful. Little master, are you sure? He was excited because there really were remains of the great emperors in the sea. He was sorrowful because his old master had died without a complete corpse. The Wind Monarch had obtained a skeleton from the lingering island, and the clam demon also had a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were scattered somewhere. Shui wouldn't dare to be careless about master's matters, Yang Shui said solemnly. There was nothing more to say. Since they were sure that the clam demon had something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had to chase after it. Half a day later, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He stopped. He had attached a strand of his divine sense to Yang Xiao, so he could vaguely sense the situation over there. At this moment, Yang Xiao had obviously stopped. He had probably caught up to the clam demon, but Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Was it a confrontation or was it in the middle of a battle? He had to go over and take a look. With a jolt of demonic essence, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Liu Yang were all wrapped up. Yang Kai then activated the power of the space spirit bead. Under the surging power of the law of space, he traveled through the void and directly arrived beside Yang Xiao. They weren't fighting. They were in a confrontation. Outside a magnificent palace covered by a barrier of light, the palace wasn't very big, at most 1,000 feet in radius. At this moment, in front of the palace, a short man was glaring fiercely at the outside. This man had short arms and legs, and his large head was propped on his upper body. He had no hair, and his neck was short. He looked very funny. What was even funnier was that this man had a clamshell on each side of his body. At first glance, these two clamshells looked like two wings. Needless to say, this short man was the clam demon that Yang Xiao had just chased away. At the bottom of the sea, the magnificent hall should be his cave residence. Behind the clam demon, there were more clam demons. There were both male and female clam demons. The male clam demons were like him, bald and short, while the female clam demons were as beautiful as flowers. Their silky hair fluttered in the wind, and their bodies were tall and graceful. The two wings on their sides opened and closed slightly, just like wings. Although they were all clam demons, these men and women didn't seem to be of the same species. There were quite a lot of clam demons, more than 100 of them. However, their cultivation levels were not uniform. The strongest was undoubtedly the one that Yang Xiao had chased away. The rest were demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers. There were also a few little clam demons that looked like they had just been born not long ago. They were hiding in their own clamshells and looking outside curiously. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Xiao. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demons' beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Xiao's body. Yang Xiao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Xiao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Xiao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled. "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Xiao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Xiao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demons lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, greets Senior. May I know your name?" This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors, so Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted, "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly. It was a hasty action. "Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious. "The sea is so big, why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far. Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now?" Yang Shui hurriedly said, "My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king." "Reasons?" The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. "There's a reason to chase after someone. What's the reason? Let me hear it." Yang Shui said politely, I want to ask for something from my king. Yang Xiao calmed down and couldn't help but say, hand over that thing and we'll leave. We won't make things difficult for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the clam demon changed. The female clam demons who were admiring Yang Xiao suddenly turned cold and stared at him coldly. Needless to say, the male clam demons were all demonic chi and had cold expressions. The leader of the clam demons chuckled, we want to ask for something. Yang Shui said, don't worry, my king. We're not asking for it casually. We're only making an exchange. We'll definitely satisfy my king. Before she finished speaking, the leader of the clam demons shouted angrily, don't mention this again. Seeing that you have delicate features, I decided to give you a chance. But I didn't expect you guys to be so ambitious. Get out of my way and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The cave's restriction opened. The clam demons hid inside and spoke fiercely, but they didn't intimidate them at all. Yang Shui frowned, my king, did you misunderstand something? What misunderstanding? The clam demons shouted angrily and didn't give Yang Shui a chance to speak. They waved their two short hands and said, get out of my way. It's not good to anger me. Chapter 3663. The clam monster waved his hand, and the seawater surged toward Yang Kai and the others. Although it didn't injure them, it was enough to show how powerful this clam monster was. Yang Shui's brows furrowed even more. The other party wanted to drive them away without a word. This was completely impossible to communicate with. After pondering for a moment, the little girl looked at the clam monster and said, excuse me. When she finished speaking, she took a step forward, pinched her fingers together, and gently pointed at the restriction in front of her. On the other side, Yang Xiao didn't need to be told. At the same time that Yang Shui moved, he also raised his hands and pressed on the restriction slowly but firmly. Both of their movements were light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. The clam monster sneered and stood in place with his arms crossed across the restriction. He looked at Yang Shui mockingly and said, little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This King's Cave Mansion's restriction has been refined by my clan for several generations. You think you can. As he spoke, he couldn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened because when Yang Shui and Yang Xiao's hands touched the restriction, a series of cracking sounds came, and countless cracks appeared on the light curtain. The clam demon clan turned pale with fright. Those little clam demons who were peeking their heads out immediately closed their shells and hid their bodies inside, rolling to the back. The cracking sounds were incessant. The eyes of the clam monster leader were red. He raised his head and stared at the restriction of his cave mansion. His face was full of shock. Those cracks didn't come from the restriction, but from his heart. He couldn't understand. The strength of these two children was obviously not high, so how could they do this? There was no time to think. After a few breaths, accompanied by a crashing sound, the cave mansion's restriction shattered. How dare you? The clam monster leader shouted, and the rest of the clam monsters also urged their monster chi. A great battle was about to break out. A few silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by the cries of the Clam clan, 4 half-saint of demon race appeared at the same time and surrounded the clam demons in all directions. Not only that, Cheongchi transformed into his true form and opened his mouth to roar. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a dozen clam demons in one gulp. Liu Yang pinched her small hands together and the image of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever the fire phoenix was, the seawater would turn into nothingness. There was no need for so many people to deal with such a group of clam demons. Any one of them, Liu Yang or Cheongchi, could easily slaughter them all. However, Yang Kai still summoned all of the half-saint to help him, not to kill, but to intimidate. He had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was not good to kill them. However, if they were to fight, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental injuries. If they were to really get into a fight, the situation would not end well. Therefore, it was better to directly display a lineup that would make the clam demons feel despair and make them retreat. When the 4 half-saint of demon race appeared, the clam demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies that were about to attack suddenly stopped. When they sensed the strength of the half-saint, their expressions became even more chaotic. When Cheongchi and the fire phoenix appeared, the group of clam demons felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of people were they? Other than the two young people, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Their powerful divine senses shrouded the entire area, making the clam demons' mouths dry. They could not help but clamp their shells together, as if they could find a trace of security by doing so. They originally thought that the clam demons did not need to be afraid of the other party since there were not many of them. Who knew that the situation would change like this? The leader of the clam demons was tactful. Therefore, after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at young Kai. The 4 half-saint of demon race were all summoned by him, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. He also realized that the person in charge of the other party should be him. A trace of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. The leader of the clam demons said, "This time, the clam demons admit defeat. Bang Bang will give you what you want. However, there is only one thing. If you dare to harm the lives of my children, the clam demons will not rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, all the clam demons turned pale with fright. They all cried out mournfully, "King!" There were even some clam demons who had a fierce look on their faces. They looked at young Kai and the others one by one. They gritted their teeth and said, "King, you don't need to be afraid of them. At most, we will die. We will fight with them. Fight. King, give the order." Bang Banger shouted angrily, "All of you, shut up." Everyone had courage. If he really gave the order, the clam demons would really fight with their lives. However, what would the result be? With the strength that the other party had displayed, he could easily wipe out the entire clam demons. These 100 people were not enough to even fill the gaps between his teeth. He was the leader of the clam demons. Naturally, he had to think for the entire clan. Sacrificing himself in exchange for the safety of the clan was worth it. If anyone dares to be noisy again, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. His gaze swept across. As expected, no clam demons dared to speak. After being the leader for so many years, they still had some dignity. Bang Bang looked at young Kai again. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and reached his hand into it. When he took it out again, his hand shone brightly. Under the pitch-black sea, there seemed to be a full moon. The moon was the size of a dragon's eye and emitted a gentle light. It was a pearl of the highest quality. It was a pearl, and also Bang Bang-er's demon core. The demon core flowed in the pearl, and it was astonishing. There were even sounds of waves. Bang Bang turned his head and extended his hand. He handed it to young Kai and said, "Take it away." He didn't look at it because he was reluctant to part with it. How could he be willing to part with it? After cultivating for so many years, all of his cultivation was in this monster core. If he lost his monster core, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. Yang Shui was stunned. Yang Xiao chuckled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this." Bang Bang-er's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12th order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did young Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage, desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang-er's monster core was so precious that young Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clam demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at young Kai. "You don't want this?" Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "You don't want this?" Young Kai shook his head seriously, "I don't want it." What human didn't want the clam demons' monster core? The clam demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clam demon's monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang saw young Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, young Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what young Shui wanted? Bang Bang was overjoyed and said with relief, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys. Hee hee." As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Young Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A group of clam demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clam demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores, otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang scratched his head again and looked at young Shui. "Then what do you want?" Young Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit. "A skeleton." Bang Bang's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, "What skeleton?" Young Shui said with a smile, "This little girl's master's skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king. Please take it out for me to see." Bang Bang looked at young Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head. "Impossible. When young Xiao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, "Hey, clam demon, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people." Young Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile. "What does the king mean?" Bang Bang ignored young Xiao and only looked at young Shui, saying in a deep voice, "I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. It can't be your master's. Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake." Young Shui said, "I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now." Bang Bang nodded, "I do have a skeleton, but this skeleton has been passed down from generation to generation in my clam clan. I don't know how many years it has been. If that skeleton is really your master's, then how old are you?" "I don't think you're that old." After nodding, Bang Bang shook his head again. Young Shui smiled and her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to inform you that my master has indeed passed away many years ago. My junior brother and I have only obtained the opportunity to inherit master's legacy by chance. We have never had the chance to meet him, but there is one thing that is absolutely true. Since we have inherited his legacy, my junior brother and I are his disciples. Since master's remains are out there, it is only natural that we, as his disciples, should welcome him back." Bang Bang suddenly understood what was going on. He blinked his eyes and said, "I heard you mention the descendant of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Then, his master's name, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors." Young Shui replied. Bang Bang gasped and said in surprise, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors?" Although he was a sea monster, he had also heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's name. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Although the Clam Clan knew that the skeleton was extraordinary, they didn't expect that the origin of the skeleton was so great. Since ancient times, he was the only great emperors who had mastered the law of time. After the shock, Bang Bang showed a complicated expression. "I see, no wonder. Young Shui asked curiously, "My king means?" Bang Bang quickly waved his hand, I don't dare. In front of the descendant of the great emperors, please forgive me for my rudeness." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and bowed. Bang Bang of the Clam Clan greets the two supreme divinities. Chapter 3664. When they first met, the leader of the Clam Clan was running away in a panic. Now, The leader of the Clam clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the Clam clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this, King? Bang Banger smiled. There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other, so Bang Banger was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity. Yang Xiao blinked. Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master? This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Banger nodded quickly. Yes, I'll let you know. Our Clam clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years, so we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Master is not dead. Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang Banger shook his head. Not so. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Banger, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Chungchi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Banger took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. This should be what you are looking for. Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then, golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The Flowing Time Great Emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Banger's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Xiao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Banger really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My clan family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing. He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Banger and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizuan's favor. What does that mean?" Bang Banger hurriedly waved his hand. "Since you are Shizuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Banger said, "How old do you think Bang Banger is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, it was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Yang Xiao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." Wrong. Bang Banger shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself, I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old. Young Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old, compared to Bang Bang cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang explained, I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the Clam clan is born with a long lifespan, it's the ability of the Shezuan's remains. When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the Clam clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shezuan's remains that we can live this long. The Clam clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The Clam clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, and it's all thanks to the Shezuan's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune. Bang Bang said, to be honest, the Clam clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy. Bang Bang was the leader of the Clam clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the Clam clan. Because of these two reasons, the Clam clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Shezuan and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. After explaining, Bang Bang smiled and said, the Shezuan is a great benefactor to our clan. Today, not only did we learn the Shezuan's name, but we also know that the Shezuan has a successor in the world. The Clam clan is overjoyed, and so is Bang Bang Yang Shui said, Your Majesty is too polite. Junior brother and I would like to thank Your Majesty for returning the remains. Bang Bang waved his hand and said, that's what we should do. The Shezuan has protected our Clam clan for so many years. Since you are here, the remains should be returned. She didn't know if it was true or not, but Bang Bang said it very sincerely. The main thing was that she couldn't refuse. A group of people from the half-saint of demon race were eyeing her covetously. If she dared to say no, it would be a disaster in an instant. Yang Shui said again, if Shezuan's remains are returned to me, will it affect Your Majesty's body? Bang Bang lived so long because of the remains of the great emperors. Now that the remains were taken away, she didn't know how long she could live. Hearing this, Bang Bang smiled and said, it would be a lie to say that it doesn't. However, I can't live as long as the great emperors, but I can't live less. Calculating my current situation, I can live for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Yang Shui nodded and said, in the future, my senior sister and junior brother will definitely think of a way to compensate Your Majesty. That's not necessary. Bang Bang kept waving his hands and exhaled a long breath as if he had let go of something. He said warmly, it's my honor to have the two of you here. If you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Bang Bang has another important thing to tell the two of you. Yang Shui glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. Yang Kai smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. They chased after them and took away the remains of the great emperors that the Clam clan had kept for so many years. It wouldn't be right for them to just turn around and leave. Since they were sincerely inviting them, it wouldn't be a big deal to go in and be their guests. Bang Bang was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, our distinguished guests are here. Little ones, get busy. Bring out all the good food and drinks for Your Majesty. When the Majesty shouted, the little clams also shouted. In an instant, the Clam clan was busy. More than half of the clams turned around and went into the cave to prepare. The rest of the clams welcomed the distinguished guests together with their Majesty. Yang Kai took the lead, Liu Yang was at the side, Chengqi and a few half-saint of demon race followed closely behind. Yang Shui also followed, and Yang Xiao was at the back. It wasn't that he walked slowly, but it was mainly because he was surrounded by a group of beautiful clams. Little White Dragon was very beautiful. When there was a conflict before, the beautiful clams didn't show anything. Now that they had a misunderstanding, they all surrounded him. They were really beautiful, with different temperaments. Little White Dragon's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Before he could say anything, two beauties of the clam tribe grabbed his hands and dragged him into the cave. Seeing his stupefied appearance, the beauties of the clam tribe giggled. Beside him, a fragrant wind lingered. Little White Dragon was like an immortal, seeing stars. Entering the cave mansion, Kai Yang stood in front of a statue. This statue had existed for who knows how many years. It was placed in the middle of a square inside the cave mansion. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It could be seen that the person who had carved this thing was very proficient in this field. Using a sword or an axe, the statue's movements were perfectly executed. The only thing that puzzled Kai Yang was that this statue did not have any facial features. Bang Banger stood at the side and explained respectfully, "The Clam Clan received the Supreme God's legacy, but we didn't have the fate to see the Supreme God's true face. An ancestor set up this thing here for the Clam Clan to worship and worship. They didn't know what the owner of the skeleton looked like, so no facial features were carved. However, they knew that the owner of the skeleton was definitely extraordinary, so the sculpture was majestic." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Do you want to complete it? It just so happens that someone here has seen the Great Emperors." Bang Banger was shocked. The Flowing Time Great Emperor had fallen for countless years, but there was actually someone who had seen it. How long had this person lived? However, since there was such a good thing, how could she refuse? She quickly said, "This is the wish of my Clam Clan's ancestors. If it can be completed, it will be my Clam Clan's fortune." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Cheongchi. Among this group of people, only old Cheong had seen the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the Great Emperors, they didn't know what the old man looked like, so when they heard this, they looked at Cheongchi expectantly. Old Cheong didn't decline and flashed out from behind Yang Kai. His expression was very dignified. He looked up at the huge sculpture, and a trace of nostalgia and grief flashed across his face. After a while, the nostalgia and grief disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Old Cheong's demonic aura shook slightly. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura condensed at his fingertips, turning into a carving knife. He flew up, and the carving knife turned into an afterimage. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 3665. Old Cheong did not stop at all. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Although he was not good at this, with his strong cultivation, it was just a piece of cake for him. Even though it was just a piece of cake, Old Cheong was very serious. Every turn of the knife mark was condensed from his life's cultivation. After 30 breaths, Old Cheong put away his knife. Everyone looked up with different expressions, but most of them were surprised. The Flowing Time Great Emperor, what a great reputation. Even though he had fallen countless years ago, there were still legends about him in this world. Such a character was definitely different from ordinary people. Such an expert would definitely be extremely rare in this world. But in fact, when Old Cheong restored the honor of the Great Emperors, everyone found that the Flowing Time Great Emperor looked very ordinary, very ordinary. With such an appearance, if she was placed in a crowd, no one would pay too much attention to her. But what did the Great Emperor's abilities have to do with their appearance? He was the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, so his ordinary appearance would be extraordinary because of his name. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went forward and personally burned 3 sticks of incense for their master and kowtowed a few times. After the ceremony, Bang Bang led everyone into the main hall. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance. The Clam Clan had already prepared a banquet and were only waiting for the distinguished guests to take their seats. A beautiful Clam Clan girl was arranged beside each of them to serve them gently. Below them, there were even Clam Clan girls singing and dancing. A disaster turned into a misunderstanding, and now they could see the 2 esteemed disciples of the Supreme Divinity. Bang Bang was very happy and kept toasting. Although the Clam clan lived under the sea, there was no lack of resources here, especially their homebrewed wine. It was mellow and rich, and it had a special taste. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bang Banger suddenly said, "I'd like to let the two of you know that in this sea, it's not only the Clam clan that has received the Divine Lord's favor, but there are other sea clans that are in the same situation as us. The Clam clan worshipped the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor as the divine venerables. Thus, the 2 disciples of the divine venerables were the venerables. Addressing them as such was a form of respect, so there was nothing wrong with it." Yang Shui's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, you mean," Bang Banger smiled and said, "this is the important thing that I wanted to tell you just now. Previously, I didn't know the identity of the Divine Lord and that there were still successors in this world. Now that the 2 of you have come to find me, I can't hide it from you anymore." He paused for a moment, then said, "The supreme god's remains of my Clam clan were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, along with some words. Our ancestors said that the Clam clan isn't the only one that has received the supreme god's remains. In this sea, there are other sea clans that have also received the supreme god's blessings and have been thriving in this vast sea." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao, who had been drinking, stopped drinking and looked at Bang Banger. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you know where those sea clans are?" Bang Banger smiled and said, "I don't know about the others, and I can't be sure either. However, there's one place that's very likely." Yang Shui and Yang Xiao asked together, "Where?" 50,000 miles west of our Clam clan's territory is the Shrimp clan's territory. That old shrimp most likely has the supreme god's remains in his hands." "Most likely?" Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Bang Banger said, "Because that old shrimp has lived for many years. If it wasn't for the supreme god's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long. The Clam clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The Shrimp clan's situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess." This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Xiao immediately stood up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui. "Little aunt, what do you think?" Yang Shui called him junior brother, and he called Yang Shui little aunt, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, "Let's go together." Bang Banger quickly said, "Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The Shrimp clan's situation is quite different from our Clam clan's situation. They might not be willing to return the supreme god's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too." Yang Xiao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp?" If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Xiao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Banger to explain anything and continued, "This is a family matter of the flowing time Great Emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it." No matter what Bang Banger's intentions were, as long as they knew that the Shrimp clan had the remains of the great emperors, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Banger was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Xiao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, "Then, Bang Banger wishes both your Majesties a great victory." After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the 2 descendants of the flowing time Great Emperor did not want to wait a moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Banger pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Cheongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Xiao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, "Father, what did you find?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui, "You have all grown up." Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, "When you grow up, you have to walk your own path." Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood, "Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave?" Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Yes, There is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then Big Brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Xiao. Yang Kai's face became serious. Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Liu Yang and Uncle Chengqi with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people. Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Xiao became excited, then let elder auntie and old Cheung go with father. Little auntie and I will take care of Shizuan's matter. Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Liu Yang and Chengqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled. Although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, you must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids. Father, I am more than 500 years old, Yang Xiao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued, although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful. After a pause, he said, if you encounter any danger, remember to use the space spirit bead. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui nodded together, we will remember. Also, when you are done here, Xiao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, father, you are so long-winded. Yang Xiao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. Then I won't be long-winded. Go, go. Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Chengqi, and Liu Yang stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, let's follow them. Unless it is a life or death situation, try not to make a move. Fear of a strong enemy, and the need for more manpower, was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the two kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Liu Yang and Chengqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Liu Yang and Chengqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Chengqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the two kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Chengqi nodded, hid his figure, and quietly followed. Liu Yang, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. 2 to 3 times, he rubbed her head until it looked like a chicken coop. Liu Yang, on the other hand, was smiling with a satisfied look on her face, not saying a word as she chased after Chengqi. With Chengqi and Liu Yang secretly looking after them, Yang Kai was relieved. On this sea, there should be no one who could threaten their safety. Everyone left, big and small, all at once, leaving Yang Kai standing alone in midair. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and slapped it directly on his chest. Yang Kai used all his strength in this slap, and with this slap, 2 of his ribs were broken. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy, soaking his clothes. His face was pale for a while, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Standing in place, Yang Kai coughed for a while, then panted for a moment before urging his space principles and activating the space spirit bead on his wrist. His principles surged, and Yang Kai directly disappeared, arriving at the other end of the space spirit bead in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression, he blurted out the words he had prepared, "GZ Army, Yang Kai greets Iron Blood." Fuck. A proper greeting suddenly turned into cursing, which was too sudden. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to be disrespectful to the great emperors, but the scene in front of him was too unexpected. Even if Yang Kai had imagined thousands of scenarios, this scene in front of him was definitely not one of them. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the space spirit bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors. Logically speaking, after the space spirit bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp, but when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-rank demon king closest to him. That high-rank demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shamo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shamo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shamo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The two behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shamo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shamo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Shamo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Shamo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. This time, Shamo didn't even make a sound. In less than 5 breaths of time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai's specialty was fighting above his realm. Now that he had become a high-rank demon king, he could even put up a fight against a false emperor like the Wind Monarch. What did killing a fellow high-rank demon king count for? With Shimo dead, Yang Kai opened his right palm, revealing a small bead. The Space Spirit Bead. It was the one Yang Kai had given to the Iron Blood Great Emperor in the Seven Mist Sea. There were only two reasons why this Space Spirit Bead had appeared on Shimo's body. The first was that Shimo had killed the Iron Blood Great Emperor and then plundered his spoils of war for the Space Spirit Bead. But could a high-rank demon king kill one of the great emperors? That was obviously impossible. Even if Zhong Wu Hen stood in place and let the high-rank demon king fight for 100 years, the great emperors wouldn't be injured. A high-rank demon king couldn't possibly kill the great emperors, so there was only one possibility left: the great emperors had secretly placed the Space Spirit Bead on Shimo's body. The uses of the Space Spirit Bead were no longer a secret in the star boundary. It was convenient for communication and fast for teleportation. When Yang Kai had given the great emperors a Space Spirit Bead for no apparent reason, Zhong Wu Hen knew that Yang Kai had something to do with him. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't like Yang Kai, so he didn't say anything and directly accepted it. Then, he turned around and placed the bead on a demon king. Once Yang Kai activated it, he immediately appeared in the demon cave. When he understood this, Yang Kai's face darkened. His 300-foot-tall half-dragon body killed a high-rank demon king as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. After killing it, his face turned gloomy, as if he didn't have enough fun killing it. The demon race was trembling with fear. The huge demon race camp was filled with densely packed demon race troops. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few figures sped over from afar, all of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. It was obvious that they had sensed the commotion here. A half-saint's speed was extremely fast, and they would arrive in a few breaths' time. They hadn't arrived yet, but their auras had locked onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept a glance over them, and lightly inhaled. Soon after, his voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. "Tell Kanyi to wash his neck clean and wait for me. There will be a day when I will definitely take his head." When he finished speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint of demon race closest to him, and lightly sneered. He took a step forward, and his huge figure disappeared. After a few breaths' time, several figures landed at the place where Yang Kai had appeared. A few half-saint of demon race finally arrived, but Yang Kai had already left. Only a pool of filthy blood remained. The half-saints' expressions were very ugly. Under the heavy army, Yang Kai came and went as he pleased, and even killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it. He even left behind such a ruthless sentence. How could the half-saint have any face left? Although this action didn't cause any harm to the demon race, and they only lost a high-rank demon king, it was equivalent to being slapped in the face. However, the half-saint couldn't understand. What was Yang Kai trying to do? Did he come here just to show off his strength? Or was it because of that sentence? Wasn't that a bit too childish? After racking their brains for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what scheme Yang Kai was hiding. They could only pass down the order to be on guard. How could Yang Kai have any schemes? He was also shocked when he suddenly appeared in the midst of the demon race's army. Fortunately, Kanyi wasn't nearby, or else he wouldn't have been able to return. The half-saint couldn't separate heaven and earth and prevent him from leaving, but Kanyi definitely could. If he really encountered Kanyi nearby, he would probably die there. He cursed Zhong Wu Hen in his heart, and was extremely angry. However, since he had already come and killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it, it would be too abrupt if he left immediately, so he casually left behind some ruthless words. They weren't ruthless words. Yang Kai really did have such thoughts. Compared to the demon saint of the demon race, Yang Kai hated Kanyi even more. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, he didn't care about the living beings of the Star Realm, opened a passage between the two realms, and led the demon race's army to invade the Star Realm, causing the Star Realm to be in an abyss of suffering and suffering. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, Kanyi had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and it was his nature to acknowledge his ancestors. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Mingyu was alone and without help. Kanyi hid at the side and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Mingyu was severely injured, and that was the root of the disaster that followed. It could be said that Kan Yi's sneak attack was definitely the last straw that broke Ming Yu's back. Kan Yi had to bear at least half of the responsibility for Ming Yu's death. Yang Kai had received Ming Yu's favor, so he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avenge him. Kan Yi had to be killed. When he appeared again, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a fragrant bed surrounded him. Yang Kai was stunned again. This was a boudoir. He turned his head and looked, and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai had just spat out a word when he couldn't say anything else. His gaze moved downwards. First, he saw a slender and fair neck, then a full and towering semicircle, and then a flat and smooth lower abdomen. You're still looking. Yang Inflammation was furious. He raised 2 fingers and jabbed at Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, Yang Kai hadn't recovered from his shock before Yang Inflammation suddenly launched a sneak attack. He couldn't react at all, and was directly stabbed in the eyeballs. In an instant, his eyes hurt, and he saw stars. When he cried out, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. He steadied himself and blinked hard, tears flowing out of his eyes. Although Yang Inflammation had a sense of propriety and wouldn't really hurt him, it was certain that his vision would blur for a while. After a long while, his vision finally focused again, but his eyes were completely red as if he had contracted pink eye disease. Looking up, Yang Inflammation was already dressed neatly, and was looking at him with a cold smile. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He could see traces of killing intent from that smile. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the space spirit bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhon Wu Hen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhon Wu Hen." "Get out," Yang Inflammation said. "Huh?" Yang Kai was startled. "Get out." Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled. "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Why do you think of yourself as an outsider?" Chapter 3667. Yang Kai chatted with Yang Inflammation for a while and relaxed the atmosphere a little. Seeing that she really wasn't angry, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He then asked her about the current situation of the battle in the Star Realm. Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "The demon race's escape route has been cut off, and many demon saints are powerless to come to their aid. Now, only Kan Yi is left to preside over the situation, so what kind of waves can he make? What's more, you've brought back so many helpers from the demon territory, and there are even 3 demon saints. The time, place, and people are all on our side. If Li Wuyi still can't wipe out the invading demon race in one fell swoop, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, this kind of matter can't be rushed. If we want to settle this matter, we won't be able to succeed without a few years of hard work." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies of the Star Realm had already finished assembling. They fought steadily, forcing the demon race into a small area in the Western Territory. They had already launched a few probing attacks, and each time, they achieved a great victory. In addition, Chang Tian, Yu Meng, and Bailey Mo had formed another army to disrupt the morale of the demon race's army. These days, quite a few demon race members had already brought along their families to join them. The situation was very good, but young inflammation was also right. This kind of matter couldn't be rushed, and needed time and effort. Although the demon race's escape route had been cut off, the number of invaders that had invaded the star realm in the early stages was still uncountable. Wanting to completely annihilate or subdue such a large base was indeed not a simple matter. Firstly, they had to guard against the demon race's desperate actions, and secondly, they had to guard against the stragglers from the demon race infiltrating the star realm. The 54 legions each carried out their duties and surrounded the demon race in an iron formation. Once the time was ripe, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. The GZ army had just been established, and they had neither generals nor soldiers. Everything was in the midst of preparation, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, Haiji was in charge there, so there was no need for Yong-kai to worry too much. Furthermore, the elimination of the demon race in the astral world was just the beginning. The ultimate goal was to return to the demon territory and completely devour the demon race. In the future, the GZ army would shine brightly and make a name for itself. After talking about the war, Yang changed the topic. "Do you need something from me?" If there was nothing else, Yang-kai wouldn't have used the sealed world bead to appear beside her. Yang Inflammation was well aware of this. Seeing Yang-kai nod, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After so many years of friendship, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Where's the Iron Blood Master? I want to see him," Yang-kai said. Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master are currently working together to track down Kanye's whereabouts. Previously, I specifically instructed you not to contact him unless it's extremely urgent. If you really have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass on the message for you." Yang-kai was stunned. The two masters are looking for Kanye's whereabouts. He instantly understood why the space spirit bead that he had given to the Iron Blood Master would appear on a demon king's body. Kanye was the only one left in charge of the demon race. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the king, and shoot the horse. As long as they could get rid of Kanye, the demon race's army would collapse without a fight, and the Star Realm's army would also be able to avoid many losses. However, Kanye's honorific title was Night Shadow, and he was best at concealment and sneak attacks. Even if the Iron Blood and Serene Soul worked together, it would not be an easy task to track him down. The slightest movement would alert the enemy. As a precaution, Zhon Wu-hen first threw away the space spirit bead, afraid that Yang-kai would suddenly appear at a critical moment and alert Kanye. "That must be it, my ass." Yang-kai originally wanted to find a suitable excuse for Zhon Wu-hen throwing away his space spirit bead, but now it seemed that Zhon Wu-hen was prejudiced against him. Otherwise, he could have stored the space spirit bead into his space ring. With the space ring isolating the inside from the outside, Yang-kai would not be able to directly connect to that space spirit bead. Not being able to find an excuse to comfort himself, Yang-kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking a deep breath, Yang-kai said, "Master is not here, so it's the same to look for you. Ien, I need to make a trip to the territory of the lower plains." Actually, Yang-kai still wanted to find Zhon Wu-hen to refine another army commander's token for him. Although the original army commander's token was still there, the sealed Great Emperor's divine technique was already gone. Yang-kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Without the Great Emperor's divine technique token, he felt like something was missing. Because of this, Yang-kai had even slapped himself before leaving, making himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Zhon Wu-hen about the hardships of the Zhonfeng monarch after meeting him. However, now that he couldn't even meet Zhon Wu-hen, there was no need to mention this matter. "If you want to go, then go. You're the guardian of the territory of the lower plains. That's your territory. If you want to go, who can stop you?" Yang couldn't help but laugh. "How do I get there?" Yang-kai blinked and looked at her. Yang said curiously, "Haven't you already refined the source of the territory of the lower plains? If you can communicate with the source, it will guide you." Yang-kai shook his head. I know what you're saying. I've tried it before, but there's a barrier between the heavens and the earth. If that barrier isn't broken, I can't enter the territory of the lower planes unless I can break the barrier. Yang was still smiling. When did you try it? You can try it again now. Kai frowned. It seemed that she wasn't joking with him. He immediately immersed himself in communicating with the source of the Luo starfield. After a while, Kai's eyes flashed. He suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Yang explained, the star boundary and the star field are inseparable and closely related to each other. If we take a tree as an example, then the countless star fields in the lower realm are the roots of this tree, while the star boundary above the star field is the crown of this tree. We cultivators are the fruits born on this tree. The fruits are nourished by the roots and slowly grow. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the fruits to return to the roots. But if you're the guardian of the lower planes of the territory, you can use the source of the lower planes of the territory to find the root of your birth. Kai nodded. He had known this for a long time. When he first refined the source of the Luo starfield and returned to the lower planes, he tried it. As long as he could communicate with the source of the lower planes he could feel the existence of the lower planes If he couldn't break the lower planes, he would never be able to return, even if he was the master of the lower planes. And this barrier and isolation came from the star boundary. Luo starfield was his territory. Naturally, it would always be open to him. Back then, Kai thought that he could not go back, so he came to look for Zhong Wu Hen. Normally, when a lord of a star territory wants to return to his own star territory, he does need to go through the star court. However, you are different. You have obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. You have the recognition of the star boundary. As long as you want to, the star boundary's barrier will not stop you. I understand. Kai nodded and suddenly asked curiously, then, where is the star court? What does it look like? He had heard of the star court a long time ago. He thought that he would be able to take a look this time, but he didn't expect to see it. Yang smiled. Star court is just a name. It's not a place. Ah! Kai was surprised. Yang explained, a long time ago, the star boundary and the lower star territory could freely travel. As long as you were strong enough, you could go to the star territory if you wanted to. If you wanted to go back to the star boundary, you could go back to the star boundary. There were no obstacles. However, you also know about Wukong. Wukong is just a very special example. Other than him, there were other powerful people who wreaked havoc in the lower star territory. It's just that they didn't cause as much trouble as he did. A jackal suddenly ran into the home of a group of white rabbits. Naturally, it could do whatever it wanted. Even if the laws of heaven and earth restrained the jackal's fangs and claws, how could the white rabbits be a match for the jackal's size? Wukong was a relatively special jackal. In order to practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he wreaked havoc on one rabbit nest after another. Wherever he went, the stars would collapse and the star territory would be wiped out. After the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, the surviving Great Emperors gathered together and spoke one after another. They felt that it was not a good idea to let things go on like this. The lower star territory was the root of a big tree. If the jackals and wolves caused too much trouble, the tree would also die. Therefore, the Great Emperors joined forces to lay down a restriction in the star boundary. From then on, the people in the star boundary could no longer easily return to the star territory to do evil. For this reason, the Great Emperors also specially set up an organization called the Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star territory. The Star Territory Protector was also born. The Star Court was an organization, but there was no specific location. When the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, the Iron Blood Castle was in the Star Court. When the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul were in charge of the Star Court, the Serene Soul Palace was in charge of the Star Court. If it was the turn of the Great Emperors of the secular world, the Star Court would be where they were. Because the restriction was jointly laid down by the Great Emperors, It could only be performed by using the recognition of the star boundary. Therefore, the restriction was not very useful to people who were also recognized by the star boundary. In other words, the great emperors could ignore this layer of barrier. Yang Kai could not return to the star territory before because he did not have the recognition of the star boundary. Now, it was different. He had obtained the bright moon opportunity and the recognition of the star boundary, so he could come and go as he pleased in the star boundary territory. However, this did not mean that he could go to whichever star boundary territory he wanted. Without the star territory origin to guide the way, who would know which route was the Hung Luo starfield with so many routes in the star boundary? Fortunately, he had the star territory origin. The origin and the star territory were closely related. No matter how far away they were, there would be some connection. This connection was not clear, but it was real. Only people who had refined the origin would be able to sense it. What are you going to do in the lower star territory? Do you still have your woman there? Young Inflammation smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to go to the lower star territory because there was the suppression of the star boundary law. No matter how strong you were, you could only use the power allowed by the star boundary law. This was very uncomfortable for the strong people in the Emperor realm, unless they were the guardians of the star territory, or had the support of the great emperor's restrictions such as the people in the star court. Yes, I still have 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I need to bring them over. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Young Inflammation sneered and waved his hand. Go. Bring them over for me to see. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed loudly. Then I'm leaving. Chapter 3668. Before he left, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and waved his hand, summoning the dead Wind Monarch out of the small sealed world. Wind Monarch still looked the same as before. Although he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years, he couldn't heal his wounds at all. The only reason he could live until now was because Yang Kai had some use for him. Yang Yang's phoenix eyes narrowed as she swept her eyes over this figure and muttered, "The wind is laughing? How did you catch him?" "You know him," Yang Kai smiled. "How can I not know him? He is one of the 4 great emperors of Demon Heavenly Way. He is very famous." Yang Yang smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Wind Monarch lay on the ground and showed her a flattering look. It was sad that a dignified fake emperor had fallen into such a situation. Yang Yang looked Yang Kai up and down again. "No wonder you were injured. Even your hair is white. Are you okay?" Yang Kai's chest was stained with blood, but it was self-inflicted. The injuries he suffered in the battle with Wind Monarch had been healed for 10 years. Yang Yang was a little curious before. After not seeing Yang Kai for so long, even his hair had turned white. Now she understood. It must be because he consumed too much energy in the battle with Wind Monarch and lost a lot of his lifespan. It's okay. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. I will leave this person to you. He is one of the 4 great emperors, so you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Leaving Wind Monarch alive was mainly to dig out some information about Demon Heavenly Way from him. It would be best if he could follow the clues and find the hiding places of the other 3 great emperors. Demon Heavenly Way was the cancer of the star boundary. Although it wasn't as large as the demon race's army, they were very secretive, so it would be difficult to find them. Now that he had caught a big fish like Wind Monarch, he naturally had to make good use of him. Yang Yang nodded. "I will remember your contribution. I will tell Li Wuyi later. Also, tell the great emperors that in order to catch the Wind Lord, I even used the divine technique in the order of the army commander. Later, ask him to give me another copy." Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity. Young Inflammation chuckled. "No problem. Whether or not we can make up for it depends on the great emperors." Yang Kai didn't insist. "All right, I'm leaving. Come back early." Yang Kai nodded. His mind connected with the power of the origin in the star territory. His body shook and he suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Inflammation. This time, when Yang Kai communicated with the origin of the star territory and traveled to the Hung Luo starfield, he suddenly fell into a colorful world. His surroundings were grotesque and variegated. Time and space were infinitely distorted. There was no sound, no shadow. There were only dazzling colors. Yang Kai could feel himself moving at an incredible speed, but he couldn't control the direction of his movement. He didn't panic. He inexplicably understood that he would arrive at his destination. Yang Kai carefully enjoyed this extremely special trip. It didn't take long, perhaps only 3 to 5 breaths of time. Yang Kai only blinked once before the dazzling colors around him suddenly faded. Then, Yang Kai found himself in a vast star field. An indescribable feeling of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if he had returned home. He had indeed returned home. Yang Kai didn't need to look carefully. He knew that he had returned to the Hengluo star field. The star territory origin he had refined resonated with this star field. Inside the star territory, the stars were brighter at this time, emitting a dazzling light. Throughout the star territory, on the cultivation stars, hundreds of millions of creatures looked up in surprise. They didn't understand why the sun and moon today were bigger and rounder than usual. Not far away, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, each time accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that in the void, 2 fleets of unknown forces were attacking each other. The battleships were fierce-looking, with the longer ones several thousand feet and the smaller ones dozens of feet. Star cannon after star cannon shot out dazzling white light towards the opposing battleship camp. The 2 fleets had about the same number of battleships. One side was painted red while the other was painted black. The strength of both sides was about the same. Yang Kai didn't know how long they had been fighting, but both sides had suffered considerable damage. Some of the severely damaged battleships were pulled to the rear for emergency repairs. The battleships at the front activated their defenses, dodging and attacking at the same time. The scene was indeed in full swing. However, based on the current situation, it was likely that both sides would suffer in the end. No one would be able to gain any advantage. Yang Kai watched for a while, blinked, then raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed his left hand at the red fleet while his right hand at the black fleet. He clasped his hands together and moved them left and right. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun and the people in the 2 fleets felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, there was no trace of the enemy in front of them. Even the position of their own fleets had deviated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the original battlefield. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to stay in place. They dragged the damaged battleships and rushed back to their nests. For the cultivator of the 2 fleets, today's encounter was extremely bizarre. But for Yang Kai, it was just a casual act. It was like seeing a small stone while walking and casually kicking it. He wasn't trying to save people. Although he was the master of the astral boundary, the billions of creatures in the astral boundary all had their own destinies and opportunities. He couldn't take care of them alone. But seeing others fighting to the death as soon as he returned home was a bit of an eyesore. So he took action and pulled the 2 fleets apart. He really pulled them apart, directly pulling the 2 fleets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A moment later, seeing the 2 fleets fleeing in panic, Yang Kai turned around and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai flew down from a dead planet. It could be seen that this dead planet used to be glorious. There were still some strange-looking buildings left on the planet's surface. But the flowing time Great Emperor had been very long, so only a few vague traces of these buildings were left. The origin of the dead planet had long been destroyed. There was no sign of life on the stars. Yellow sand was everywhere. Even the periphery of the stars was full of fierce gales. An ordinary cultivator couldn't even get close, let alone fly down. The environment was bad, but Yang Kai didn't care. He came to the territory of the lower planes to study the Tao of divine technique. He wanted to create the universe and refine heaven and earth. The dead planet was just right. If there was a cultivation star with life, he couldn't do it. Looking for a tall mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and focused, calming his mind and regulating his body. This took more than 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the law of space surged. His divine sense surged and covered the entire mountain. The mountain buzzed and rubble rustled down. Vaguely, the tall mountain seemed to be in a trance. If an outsider saw this from afar, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was because the mountain seemed to have shrunk in size after being in a trance. The shrinkage wasn't obvious, but it really did shrink. Even the mountain seemed to be a few feet shorter. Yonkai's eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot. The high-rank demon king who could kill powerhouses of the same level as him with a raise of his hand seemed to be facing a great enemy at this moment. His demonic chi surged endlessly. As his demonic chi surged, the mountain also surged, constantly expanding and shrinking. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Kai Yang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The mountain had returned to its original state, but the originally barren mountain now had countless huge cracks all around it. Those cracks were like ravines, dividing the mountain into tens or even hundreds of pieces. Blinking, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. After seeing Li Wuyi refine Indefinite Mountain and carefully studying the jade slip he had left for him, Yang Kai more or less had his own understanding of the heaven and earth refining technique. At first, he didn't think it would be difficult, but when he started, he discovered that the difficulty was not ordinary. Indefinite Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain below, but it was still refined to the size of a palm by Li Wuyi. It wasn't that the space of Indefinite Mountain had shrunk, but that the law of space had played a role. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the space was still the same. If anyone didn't believe it, they could enter Indefinite Mountain and take a look. What Yang Kai wanted to refine was not Indefinite Mountain, but it was much larger than Indefinite Mountain, enough to accommodate the inhabitants of 3 cultivation stars, so even if it was smaller, it didn't matter. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight, one had to slowly familiarize themselves with it. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to use the barren mountain below to practice, but he discovered that although the mountain was barren and the star had died, the mountain was still a part of the star. Refining a mountain couldn't be rid of the star refining technique, which was a bit too much for him right now. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, sat down to meditate for a while, and then shot up into the sky. Shortly after he left, a gust of wind blew over, and as the wind blew, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain turned to dust and scattered with the wind. It wasn't that the wind was too strong, but rather that Yang Kai had failed to refine it. The space principles had crushed every inch of this mountain, so the barren mountain had been reduced to dust. This was the result of a failed refinement. It was precisely because he knew this would happen that Yang Kai had chosen this barren mountain to practice on. Otherwise, if he tried to refine this beautiful world and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high, and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 3669. When Yang Kai was roaming star territory, he had encountered this kind of meteorite sea several times. This time, taking the initiative to search for this meteorite sea reminded him of many past events, and he couldn't help lamenting how weak he had been back then. Finding a meteorite about the same size as the barren mountain from before, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on top of it. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai began meditating. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his demonic chi surging, his divine sense surging, and the space principles filling the air. As Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the meteorite under his but also constantly shrank and expanded, but the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, the barren mountain didn't change much after expanding and contracting, but this time, every time the meteorite expanded and contracted, its size would shrink. Again and again, round and round, 7 days later, the huge meteorite was only half its original size. Another half a month later, the meteorite was only a few dozen meters wide. A month later, the meteorite was the size of a millstone, but Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, instead becoming more solemn. The space principles and demonic chi fluctuated more and more rapidly, causing the millstone-sized meteorite to expand and contract faster and faster, but the progress was getting slower and slower. A man who had walked 100 steps was half a 90. Yang Kai had cultivated for so long, so how could he not understand this simple truth? Strictly speaking, this meteorite was the first small world Yang Kai had refined, so he couldn't be careless or make any mistakes, so Yang Kai put all his attention into it. Time passed little by little, and the millstone became smaller and smaller. It took Yang Kai a month to refine the 1,000-meter meteorite to the size of a millstone, but it took him a full 3 months to refine this millstone, and the further he went, the slower the refining progress became. Since the beginning of the refining, a full 4 months later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and stretched out his hand, catching a bead in the palm of his hand. The bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, and it didn't have the slightest aura, just a stone bead. However, Yang Kai held it in his hands as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few laughs, Yang Kai's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. In a flash, the Dharmakaya, Bai Ya, and Baizhua appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, the two veteran half-saint of demon race groaned at the same time, and their expressions changed abruptly. When the two devils appeared, the flow of demonic chi in his body suddenly became sluggish, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Not only that, in the star field, a great hostility descended upon them. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, monitoring their every move. Bai Ya and Baizhua both thought that there was a strong enemy nearby. How could they not react? Don't panic. It's just the suppression of the laws of the world, the avatar hurriedly explained. Baizhua and Bai Ya hadn't experienced this before, but they understood the mystery behind it after thinking for a while. The plane was low level, and martial arts were weak, but the world was still a beautiful place. It wasn't alive, but it had a spirit. When it sensed the power of two existences that were beyond this world, it would naturally reject them. This was its means of self-protection. Yang Kai also encountered it when he returned to the territory of the star field. It wasn't a privilege of the two half-saint of demon race. After hearing the Dharmakaya's words, the two half-saint of demon race relaxed. However, at this moment, a huge meteorite silently approached them from behind. Even someone as strong as Bai Ya and Baizhua didn't notice it. The meteorite directly hit the back of the two half-saints' heads, causing them to stagger. The half-saint was very strong. Even if they were hit by such a huge meteorite, they wouldn't be injured at all. On the contrary, the meteorite was torn apart. However, such an encounter was really embarrassing. It was just a meteorite that hit them. What if it was a fierce divine technique? The Dharmakaya lightly coughed and said, "Generally speaking, people above the origin king realm who come to this world have bad luck. The world was hostile, and even the world didn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't have good luck. The two half-saints of the demon race weren't so bad, just being hit by a meteorite wasn't a big deal." Yang Kai, on the other hand, had tripped and fallen when he came here. Why is that? Baizhua frowned. The Dharmakaya said, "The territory of this starfield doesn't like you." What he said was inexplicable, but it was the truth. Who would like a few insects in an ant's nest? Then why are you fine? Bai Ya asked curiously. He clearly noticed that the Dharmakaya wasn't suppressed by the world principles here. The Dharmakaya grinned and pointed at Yang Kai. "The territory of this starfield is his, so it is also mine. He was his family, so how could he drive them away? Why is he asleep?" Bai Zhuo asked curiously while looking around vigilantly for the meteorite that was shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was indeed asleep. Although he wasn't snoring, he was definitely not unconscious. While sleeping, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had encountered something good in his dream. Although the two half-saint of demon race had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they didn't know what happened before. On the other hand, because the Dharmakaya was Yang Kai's clone, he could freely open and close the small sealed world, so he could see what Yang Kai was doing outside. When he noticed that Yang Kai had fallen asleep, he immediately appeared. My mind is tired, I consumed too much energy, but I'll be fine after some rest. While speaking, the Dharmakaya took Yang Kai back into the small sealed world and placed him in the medicine garden for the two little wood spirits to take care of. The two half-saint of the demon race stood on the meteorite and looked at the vast star field, both of them sighing with emotion. Such a beautiful scenery had never been seen in the demon territory. The demon territory was dying, so not to mention the continents that had already disappeared, even the continents that still existed were faintly filled with death chi. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by ordinary members of the demon race, but with the strength of a half-saint, how could they not notice it? The demon race wanted to find a way out, so they invaded the starfield. Looking at the starfield, this starfield was indeed a little low-level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Bai Ya took a deep breath and said, "Brother Fa, I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Bai Zhuo also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Bai Ya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Bai Zhuo and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteorite. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yang Kai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yang Kai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yang Kai blinked and laughed, "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yang Kai didn't want to force them, so he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone the size of a baby's palm was the result of Yang Kai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. The Dharmakaya stood guard outside, standing on a meteorite several times larger than the previous one. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the Dharmakaya grinned, "I've found a place for you." Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and smiled, "Just what I wanted." In the end, this was his own avatar, so sometimes he didn't need to say anything to know what it was thinking. Yang Kai had planned to find a meteorite of this size to refine again, but the Dharmakaya had found one ahead of time. The meteorite under his feet was more than 5 times larger than the one he had refined before. With such a large size, the difficulty of refining it would naturally increase, but Yang Kai estimated that it would take no more than 4 months. Although he had only practiced once, he had already understood several key points, so if he refined it again, his efficiency would be greatly improved, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the first time. Moreover, as his comprehension deepened and he became more proficient in refining, this kind of thing would become easier and easier in the future. Atop the meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as the Dharmakaya nodded, "I'm going back." Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and put it back into the small sealed world bead. Chapter 3670. After retrieving his embodiment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. In the starfield, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. They were just 2 small black dots when Yang Kai first noticed them, but after a few breaths, they became the size of a broad bean. After a while, they landed in front of Yang Kai. They were the 2 half-saint of demon race who had gone out to enjoy the scenery of the star territory. Yang Kai smiled at the 2 of them. "How is the scenery of the star territory?" Baizhua nodded lightly, "It's spectacular and beautiful." Bai Ya continued, "Magnificent and magnificent." The 2 half-saint of demon race looked amazed. They were so happy that they didn't want to go back. It was as if they couldn't wait to settle down in the star territory and never return to the lifeless demon territory. Yang Kai nodded and said bluntly, "Were you struck by lightning?" Bai Ya smiled arrogantly, "We are the half-saint of demon race. We can control the sun and moon and crush the stars with our fists. What kind of lightning dares to strike us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt flashed in the void, like a swimming fish, and struck straight at Bai Ya's back. Fortunately, they were still members of the half-saint of demon race. Although this murderous intent came silently, Bai Ya reacted quickly. He turned around and punched the lightning bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning bolt disappeared and Bai Ya took a few steps back. It wasn't that Bai Ya was weak, but under the suppression of the world principles, he couldn't use too much strength. If he forced himself, he was afraid that this star territory would launch an even crazier counterattack. Purple lightning flickered in the void, and the starfield's divine lightning was flickering. It could strike again at any time. Baizhua sniffed and smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, you're still free and unfettered in the small sealed world. It's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Yang Kai laughed and quickly took the 2 half-saint of demon race back into his sealed world bead. When he returned to star territory from the star boundary, Yang Kai also had bad luck. Not to mention tripping while walking, being struck by lightning was a common occurrence. Now that he saw others with such bad luck, Yang Kai couldn't help but gloat. The thunder and lightning in the astral world might not be able to do anything to the 2 half-saint of demon race, but it was truly annoying. How could they still have the mood to appreciate the scenery in the territory of the astral world? Naturally, they hurriedly returned to hide and seek peace and quiet. After taking in the 2 half-saint of demon race, Yang Kai once again immersed himself in refining. Days passed, and the asteroid sea never stopped, continuing to move forward, as if it was sliding towards the end of the starfield. However, as time passed, the huge asteroids in this asteroid sea decreased one by one, while the number of stones in Yang Kai's hands gradually increased. He couldn't succeed in refining every time. Once he failed, no matter how big the asteroids were, they would explode into dust in an instant. The crushing power of the space principles was not something these asteroids could resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had become increasingly profound. 3 years of universe creation and world refinement had brought him more benefits than so many years of cultivation. After all, this was a matter of pursuing the essence of the Tao of space, and it was also a form of self-improvement. Now, refining the asteroids was no longer as difficult and superficial as it was in the beginning. With just a thought, a small world could be formed. No matter how big the asteroids were, they couldn't meet the needs of Yang Kai's cultivation. He left the asteroid sea and shuttled through the star territory. When he encountered a suitable dead star, he would fly down and escape into the core of the dead star to sleep. When he woke up, the dead star would become a stone bead. In the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai made rapid progress. He felt as if a door had opened in front of him, and there were endless golden lights and endless treasures waiting to be excavated. Awakenings could be long or short. The longest was 1.5 years, while the shortest was 3 to 5 months. It depended on the size of the dead star. The bigger the dead star, the more difficult it would be to refine, and the more time it would take to refine it. Conversely, it would be easier. His connection with the star boundary was not cut off. Although he was in the star territory of the lower star territory, Yang Kai was the master of the star boundary territory. He had advantages that others didn't have. With the help of the space spirit bead, he could contact the High Heaven Palace or the Seven Fogsea at any time. The situation in the star boundary was good, and the demon race was powerless to resist. It could be said that ever since Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Now, the demon race that had invaded the star boundary had either been killed on the battlefield or absorbed into the demon-suppressing army commanded by Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, Bai Li Mo, and the others, causing their strength to plummet. Under the encirclement of the 54 legions, a single battle had already tipped the scales of victory and defeat. There were also many casualties in the star boundary, but in war, this kind of thing was inevitable. The various legions were aware of the situation, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. Not only did the demon race suffer heavy casualties, but the demonic path also suffered heavy losses. The Wind Monarch was handed over to Yang Inflammation by Yang Kai. Falling into his hands was no different from falling into the hands of the Great Emperors. The Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask about this at all. He directly used a soul-searching technique on him, and then found out a lot of secret information about the demonic heavenly Tao. With this information, the Seven Fogsea eliminated hundreds of strongholds of the demonic path, and also killed a general of the demonic path. After the Wind Monarch, the Fire Monarch was ambushed by the Seven Fogsea in an inconspicuous town in the northern territory of the star boundary. Li Wu Yi personally led the team, and there were more than 10 pseudo-emperors under his command. Although the Fire Monarch was not weak, he could not escape. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. In the desperate battle, the Fire Monarch self-destructed, and the Seven Fogsea was also covered in dust. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The situation was good, but the war between the two worlds was far from over. When the demon race broke the seal one day, an even fiercer war would set off a frenzied tide. At that time, every corner of the two worlds would be engulfed. It was because of this that the star boundary urgently wanted to solve the internal problems, eliminate the invading demon race, and cut off the wings of the demonic path. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai, and there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he stayed in the territory of the star boundary and continued to explore his own space Tao. One day, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. The original Death Star had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling stone bead appeared in his hand. However, looking at the stone bead, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although it was said to be deep sleep, in reality, it was just a state where one's body entered the star core and fused with the stars. This was a state between waking and sleeping. This was also a cultivation and refining method that he had discovered in recent years. It was very efficient and also allowed him to better understand the laws of space. Therefore, in this state, he was aware of everything that happened in the outside world. However, he would not have any reaction at that time. After waking up, everything would be imprinted in his mind. A Death Star turning into a stone bead was nothing new. In the beginning, Yang Kai was a little excited, but after doing this kind of thing many times, he gradually got used to it. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that there was a living person inside the stone bead in his hand. In other words, there was a living person in the original Death Star. This person was not someone who had lived on this Death Star from the beginning, but an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded a month ago. Yang Kai was at a critical moment of refining at that time, so how could he care about it? As a result, when refining the Death Star, this person was also refined inside. However, the other party had no idea that the Death Star he lived on had been refined into a stone bead in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai focused his vision and peered inside the stone bead, only to see an almost imperceptible little figure hiding in a cave on a barren mountain, peering up into the sky. The little person should be injured. The blood on his clothes had dried up and his face was a little pale. Even though he had been hiding here for more than a month, he had not recovered. He originally wanted to scout out the enemy's situation, but when he looked up, he saw an incomparably huge figure blocking his field of vision. That figure was so vast that he could no longer see the sun, moon, or stars. There was only this figure. Caught off guard, Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground in fright. No one would be able to react well if they were caught off guard by such a scene. However, before she could understand it clearly, her vision blurred and she suddenly found herself in a star field. Looking around, she saw a white-haired young man standing beside her, looking at her helplessly. On the other hand, the Death Star she had been hiding on was gone. The little person looked surprised, somewhat unsure whether what she had just seen was real or an illusion. If it was real, how could there be such a huge creature in this world? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. The main reason was that she had been so frightened just now that she did not see what the huge figure looked like. If she had seen it clearly, she would have exclaimed because the young man in front of her was exactly the same as the giant. Inexplicably being in a star field, Yang Kai was very alert and immediately retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai while staring at him vigilantly. Who is it? At the same time, she swept out her divine sense, trying to spy on Yang Kai's depths. With a thought, Yang Kai released his origin returning realm aura and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the other party up close, Yang Kai found that she was a woman in her early 20s. Her figure was plump and her legs were long and slender. What was even more surprising was that she was a First-Order Origin King. Yang Kai was a little surprised. In the Star Territory, the Origin King realm was the peak. In the early years, all the Origin Kings were famous and he knew most of them, but none of them matched up with this woman in front of him. Obviously, she had just broken through to the Origin King realm in the last few decades. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the woman's face became fierce and she ground her teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." So fierce. Kai Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Strictly speaking, he had only casually glanced at the other party. He hadn't even looked at her carefully, but she had still scolded him so harshly. It was obvious that this woman's temper wasn't very good. The woman looked around suspiciously and asked, "Did you see something just now? What are you referring to?" The woman frowned as she looked up at the star field and waved her hand impatiently. "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken." Chapter 3671. You seem to be injured, Yang Kai pointed out. The woman became even fiercer. "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me about my own affairs. You don't get along." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't want to argue with her anymore, but he still kindly reminded her, "Then you need to run quickly. There are a few starships coming from that direction. I'm afraid they're looking for you." As soon as this was said, the woman's face changed and she turned her head to look in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a few huge starships quickly approaching. It seemed that they had discovered her, so she couldn't help but grit her teeth and spat. Saying so, she turned around and flew off in the opposite direction. But not long after flying out, she suddenly turned back and, under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, grabbed his collar and fled with him, cursing as she ran. "Are you stupid? Are you going to wait for death there?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, how could he not know that this woman had a grudge with those starships? She had been hiding on the Dead Star before, probably trying to get rid of her pursuers, but now that the Dead Star had been refined by him, she had no place to hide and was exposed. However, the fact that she could turn around and take him with her showed that although she was fierce, she wasn't a bad person. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have cared about the life or death of others at this time and would have just run for their lives. Towards this woman, Kai Yang didn't really like or dislike her, but her actions gave Kai Yang a good impression of her. He couldn't help but ask, "I have no grievances with them, they shouldn't do anything to me, right?" The woman glanced at him and sneered, "Which cultivation star did you come from? How could you have survived until now with such simple thoughts? Haven't you heard that wherever Sand Scorpion passes, not even a blade of grass grows?" "Sand Scorpion?" Yang Kai raised his brow. The woman shouted, "Enough nonsense, if you want to live, shut up, or I'll throw you away right now." The dignified high-rank Demon King, the guardian of Hung Luo Starfield, was being scolded by a mere first-order Origin King. Yang Kai was really speechless. However, although he did not know what Sand Scorpion was, he guessed that the few warships behind him must be space pirates. Space pirates existed in the territory of every starfield. They were more or less, strong or weak, and they did business without any capital. They wandered around the starfield, bullied the weak, and robbed people. Generally, when a warship business group encountered them in the starfield, they would either pay for the passage or fight a bloody battle. Hung Luo Starfield used to have two of the biggest pirate groups, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. However, ever since Yang Kai became the Star Territory Protector, these two pirate groups were completely uprooted. However, the pirates were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. After one group was wiped out, another group would emerge. When the woman appeared, the several warships there had already discovered her tracks, and at this moment, they were naturally in hot pursuit. Although the woman's cultivation was good, she was still injured. At this moment, she was dragging Yang Kai, a burden, so her speed was greatly reduced. How could she be faster than these powerful warships? The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. After being scolded, Yang Kai became quiet for a while, but seeing that the woman could not get rid of her pursuers and was about to reach a dead end, he could not help but ask, "Don't you have a star shuttle?" The woman's face was cold as she stared straight ahead. "It's broken." Yang Kai nodded and said, "The situation is not good. They're about to catch up. Can you shut up?" The woman turned her head and glared at him fiercely. She felt that this man was too noisy. She was running for her life, but he was still chattering away. Yang Kai smiled and obediently shut up. After a while, the woman sighed, "I've implicated you. We can't escape. Later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. If you can survive, remember to go to Blue Cloud Star's Boundless Sect and tell them to evacuate. Otherwise, Sand Scorpion's revenge will be disastrous." Kai Yang was stunned. "You're going to risk your life to make me escape? How noble was this?" Yang Kai could not help feeling a little moved. In comparison, secretly hiding his strength and following her to watch the show seemed a little despicable. Having said that, he did not mean to do this, it was just a coincidence. The woman grit her teeth and said, "Do you think I want to? I can't escape, so I can only give it a try. Why don't you stop them while I escape? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll die without a burial." After saying so, her expression eased a lot. "Besides, you probably won't be able to escape, but there's always a chance. In short, I've implicated you. If we die together, don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai sniffed. "What did you do to provoke them? Why are they chasing you so relentlessly?" The woman sneered, "Sand Scorpion is brutal. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just killed their third master." At this moment, an old voice came from the warship behind them. The voice was so sharp that it sounded like metal rubbing against metal. It went straight to the heart, as if a cat was scratching it, making it very uncomfortable. "My Jew, you killed my third brother. If I don't avenge him, Sand Scorpion will never rise again. Don't worry, when I catch you later, I'll make you beg for death. Boundless Sect and Blue Cloud Star will also be destroyed, and they will be buried with my third brother. So ruthless. Young Kai was shocked. The woman named Mai Jua sneered, Sand Scorpion's style has always been like this. Whoever provokes them will be destroyed. Not only will the people who provoke them be unlucky, but even their sect and cultivation star will be unlucky. She turned to look at Young Kai and sneered, Are you afraid? Young Kai said angrily, Such a deranged person, the heavens will not tolerate it. Mai Jua laughed, The heavens? If there is such a thing as the heavens in this world, then what is the point of cultivation? The delicate woman laughed wantonly and arrogantly, with quite a heroic spirit, which made people look askance at her. After laughing, she sighed, I only hate that my cultivation is not enough. If I am strong enough, I will definitely purge this territory of filth and return it to its former glory. Young Kai stared at her, Miss, you have great ambition. Mai Jua snorted coldly, If the master of this territory does not act, then we can only rely on ourselves. Young Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, Master of this territory, what do you mean? Mai Jua frowned and looked at him, Where did you come from? You don't even know that this territory has a master. Young Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. Mai Jua said, What an ignorant boy, this territory originally had no master. A long time ago, there was only one Starfield Great Emperors, later, forget it, let's not talk about that guy, he is so annoying. If I have the strength, I would rather run for my life. Young Kai was very guilty, Do you know that guy? Naturally, I don't know him. Mai Jua gritted her teeth, If I know him, I will definitely ask him whether he still cares about this territory. If he doesn't, I will. Star Territory has been full of war in the past few years, and now is the time to recuperate, but a lot of filth appeared out of thin air, and he doesn't care about it. What kind of master of this territory is he? Young Kai lowered his head, only to feel that Mai Jua's words had turned into a giant hammer that smashed his head, making him somewhat unable to raise his head. Star Territory has indeed been full of war in the past few years. The invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory swept the entire territory of Star Territory, and although they were expelled in the end, the Hung Luo Starfield also suffered a lot. Mai Jua seemed to have a lot of resentment towards the master of this territory of Star. She didn't know if it was because there were pursuers behind her and she had nowhere to go, but she cursed endlessly. Her words weren't that bad, but they were full of resentment. While she was cursing, suddenly, her hand tightened, and Mai Jua's pretty face changed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword was placed on Young Kai's neck. Her pale face was a little red. Why are you grabbing my hand? Young Kai quickly explained, Don't be impulsive, I just want to give you something. Before Mai Jua could ask more, she felt something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man beside her had actually given her a stone. It was an extremely irregular stone the size of a baby's palm. Mai Jua frowned, What is it? She scanned it with her divine sense, but couldn't see anything strange about this stone. There was no aura at all, as if it was just a stone picked up by the roadside. She didn't understand why Young Kai gave her such a thing at this time. Young Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This is a divine object, and there are endless mysteries inside. With the help of this thing, maybe we can. Are you out of your mind? Mai Jua glared at Young Kai. In this life and death crisis, he was still joking. What kind of divine object was this? Endless mysteries? With her origin King Realm cultivation, she couldn't see anything special about this stone at all. Her long sword was still on Young Kai's neck, and she was still running away with Young Kai. With a cold expression, she said, Speak, are you deliberately taking advantage of me? Young Kai wore a helpless look and ignored her, simply turning his head and looking behind him. Mai Jua didn't know if it was her instinct, but when she threw the stone, she threw it in the direction of the pursuers. At this moment, the stone was approaching the battleships at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Mai Jua still questioned, Do you think I won't do anything to you when you're about to die? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will let you die first and make you suffer. Just as she was speaking, she saw Kai Yang grin from ear to ear and say, Hit. A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, drowning Mai Juer's vision. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes and turning her head to look in the direction of the light source. In the next instant, Mai Juer's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped as she stared blankly behind her. Thousands of kilometers behind, several sand scorpion battleships that were chasing them all exploded at this time, and the dazzling light was the light of destruction when the battleships exploded. Inexplicably, the battleships exploded. Even though they were thousands of kilometers away, Mai Juer could still see it clearly. Not a single person on the battleships managed to escape. All of them were buried with the battleships. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the Star Pirates died without a complete corpse. Mai Juer's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised, but it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire Star Territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Mai Juer's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the Sand Scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone, and how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together, so I'll give this to you. Since Miss is ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Mai Juer raised her hand, "Wait." But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When Mai Juer annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang, Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Mai Juer had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Mai Juer would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the second territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the demon territory. Therefore, he had to separate the second territory from the small sealed world. When the sealed world bead devoured the second territory, he did not expect that one day he would have to separate it from the small sealed world. It seemed that the devouring that day was unnecessary, but if it weren't for this, how could young Kai have calmed down and studied and cultivated for so many years? How could he have achieved what he had today? Everything in the heavens was as simple as drinking and pecking as this. Immersing his mind, young Kai slowly spread out his consciousness and covered the second territory, separating it from the small sealed world little by little. Inside the small sealed world, the second territory buzzed constantly as strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The billions of creatures living inside were all panicking. Young Kai's figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, he was the heavens and the earth. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, don't be afraid." His voice spread to every corner of the second territory, as if it had a magical power that comforted people. With the urging of the law of space, the sealed world bead gradually changed. A small bump appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that he had been holding in the palm of his hand, as if it had grown a small tumor. As time passed, the small tumor grew bigger and bigger, gradually becoming 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. At this moment, the sealed world bead looked like a gourd, with a large bead connected to a small one. It looked very strange. The space principles around young Kai also surged more and more fiercely, turning the place into a black hole that swallowed everything. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, young Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. The small tumor on the sealed world bead gradually grew to half its size, making the sealed world bead really look like a gourd. One day, 5 years later, young Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the crazily surging space principles calmed down in an instant. Holding the gourd sealed world bead in one hand, young Kai used his other hand as a knife and slowly chopped down. The speed was so slow that if one didn't observe carefully, they would barely notice the movement. And this chopping motion took 3 years. After 3 years, young Kai had only chopped down half of the gourd, but after 3 years, the palm in the sky suddenly chopped down. In an instant, young Kai's eyes widened and his pupils became bloodshot. Demonic chi rushed out of his body like a flood, and even his divine sense was sucked dry, causing his knowledge sea to become empty. Suddenly, there seemed to be a light cracking sound as the gourd-sealed world bead split into two. The large bead remained intact while the small bead spun in the palm of young Kai's hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Young Kai's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small bead, forcing himself to squeeze out more of his strength. The space principles surged and wrapped around the small bead, suppressing the universe and stabilizing its surroundings. The bead's rotation gradually slowed down, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. However, young Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and instead became even more nervous. After 8 years of hard work, success or failure would be decided at this moment. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. After a while, when the small bead had completely stabilized, young Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the bead into his palm, flicking his finger and sending the bead into the star field. When young Kai made his move, the bead was only the size of a soybean, but in the next moment, the bead suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. It flew forward, expanded again, and continued to expand. In just a few dozen breaths, the bead had turned into a huge planet, stretching across the star field. Even though it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, young Kai could see that it was the size of a millstone. It couldn't expand any further, as it had reached its limit. The area of the second territory was fixed, so after it was extracted by young Kai, it naturally had its own limits. Young Kai stretched out his hand and pointed it at this new stars, stopping them somewhere in the star field. Releasing his divine sense, young Kai checked the situation inside the stars and found that everything was stable. Although there was some damage, it wasn't serious, and there weren't any casualties. Only then did young Kai breathe a sigh of relief and sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the small sealed world again, there was nothing unusual. Although the second territory had been extracted, it didn't affect anything else. Only then did young Kai truly relax. Success. After returning to the territory of the starfield for more than a decade, The hidden dangers of the small sealed world had finally been resolved. Young Kai was overjoyed, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't help chuckling. His happiness wasn't just because of the small sealed world, but also because of his own gains. After more than a decade of hard work, refining the star field and creating stars, Young Kai's cultivation had soared, and although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his attainments in space principles were no longer comparable to what they were 10 years ago. Just as he was feeling happy though, the embodiment suddenly spoke from the side, "That woman has been looking for you for several months." Young Kai was taken aback for a moment before asking casually, "Which woman?" There was no need for the embodiment to answer though, as Young Kai had already seen this woman. Previously, with the embodiment protecting him, Young Kai hadn't been able to find any trace of him, but now that he had completed the star refining, such a big movement couldn't be concealed, so naturally, the person who had been searching nearby saw him and immediately flew over. Young Kai chuckled and took out a few spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth to recover while looking at the person flying over, his embodiment flashing directly into the sealed world bead. After a stick of incense worth of time, a beautiful figure landed in front of Young Kai and looked at him with a complicated gaze before cupping her fists and saying, "Jade Cloud Stars Boundless Sects my Jewel greets master." "What's the matter?" Young Kai smiled. Although his face was pale, his spirit was still quite good, mainly because he had solved a troublesome matter and was in a good mood. "Are you the master of Star Territory?" My Jewel asked respectfully. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart and just wanted to confirm it. After all, the divine stone Young Kai had given her was simply too bizarre. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in this star field, but over the past few years, she had relied on this divine stone to act heroically in the star field, uprooting the strong and helping the weak. None of her subordinates had been able to withstand a single blow, and even Origin King Realm Masters had been crushed to death with a single stone. She had single-handedly wiped out most of the pirate gangs in the starfield. Basically, all she had to do was find the lair of those pirates and throw the divine stone out. Thinking about the huge figure she had seen on the Dead Star, and then the Dead Star disappeared and a strange man appeared in front of her. Over the past few years, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that Young Kai was the master of Star Territory. If it was just a guess before, then seeing stars being born in the starfield with her own eyes just now was enough to confirm it. In this Star Territory, besides the mysterious master of Starfield, who else could do such an incredible thing? Being exposed, Young Kai didn't deny it and smiled. "Yes, I am that, the irresponsible master of Star Territory." My Jewel was embarrassed and bowed her head. Disciple spoke without thinking before. "If she has offended you, please forgive her, master." Chapter 3673. Young Kai shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't blame you for not knowing. Besides, what you said is right." Since he became the master of the Star Territory, he went to the Star Boundary. How could he manage the matters of the Star Territory? It was indeed irresponsible. Seeing that my Jewel still wanted to say something, Young Kai waved his hand and said, "I just finished a big thing and my body is a little weak. If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing else, please protect me. I need to adjust my breathing for a while." My Jewel's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and her face bloomed with glory. It is this disciple's honor to be able to protect the master. She also knew that with Young Kai's ability, why would he need her to protect him? As the master of the Star Territory, he could even create stars out of thin air. What in the Star Territory could hurt him? He said this just to give her some face, and she became more and more convinced that Young Kai didn't care about the previous matter. When she didn't know that Young Kai was the master of the Star Territory, my Jewel had a lot of complaints about the master of the Star Territory. She felt that this guy had such a big name, but he didn't care about the matters of the Star Territory at all. But now that she thought about it, she felt that she was a bit unreasonable. The master of the Star Territory had such a great divine technique, so there must be more important things waiting for him to do, such as creating stars. How could he care about trivial things? Master, naturally, was busy with big things. While Young Kai was meditating, Mai Jua secretly looked at him a few times and found that this master of the star territory was also dignified. His black hair revealed some yin sai, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Mai Jua couldn't help but want to laugh when she remembered that she grabbed his collar and took him to escape. Looking at the entire star territory, she was afraid that she was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing. For more than 10 days, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and recovered. It was not until 10 days later that he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Mai Jua hurriedly greeted him with a respectful attitude. There was no longer a fierce look on her face, and there was admiration in her beautiful eyes. "Master, you have worked hard." Yang Kai wanted to stretch, but when he saw Mai Jua's admiring eyes, he was embarrassed to say no, so he had to show her the demeanor of a master. Mai Jua accepted this and said with a radiant face, "Sir is too polite, disciple is not tired." In any case, she was an origin king. Not to mention guarding for a dozen days, she could even guard for a dozen years without any problems. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, "Now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go." "Many thanks." Kai Yang looked at her. "Is there something else?" Mai Jua blinked and her long eyelashes trembled. She hurriedly said, "If Master is free, I would like to invite you to take a look over there. The star field over there seems to be a bit strange." "Strange?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How is it strange?" Mai Jua shook her head. "I can't tell. When I passed by there a few months ago, I felt a different aura. At that time, I was looking for Master's traces, so I didn't dare to go closer to investigate. Now that I think about it, there does seem to be something wrong there." Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Mai Jua suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. "What disciple said is absolutely true. Master, please understand." Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me take a look." Saying so, he immersed his mind and checked the situation on the star above his knowledge sea. He had the star territory's source, which reflected everything in the star territory. If something really happened in the star territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Mai Jua thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you." As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, "When did you pass by there?" Mai Jua calmed her mind and whispered, "Almost 7 months ago." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "It's not too late." Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Mai Jua in his demonic chi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Mai Jua still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of this star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Mai Jua was absent-minded. "This is," Yang Kai sneered, "someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory." This kind of thing had happened once before in the Heng Luo star field, and at that time, the entire star territory was implicated, and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Mai Jua reacted, "The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again?" Last time, it was Wu Heng, the star territory lord of the great desolate star territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hung Luo starfield but lost a large part of the starfield. After that, the two star territories were connected to each other, so when he noticed that there were signs of his own star territory being swallowed, Yang Kai subconsciously thought that Wu Heng was making a comeback. That bastard was scolding Wu Heng. Now, a lot of the star territory had been swallowed, but because the swallowed part originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, which was also swallowed by Yang Kai before, he didn't notice it at first until Mai Jua reported it. Mai Jua said coldly, "It seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Master, please give the order. This disciple will go and gather all the major forces in the Star Territory. This time, we will definitely teach them a lesson." Yang Kai didn't respond, but just frowned and stared at the encroaching blue. Taking a closer look, the situation this time seemed to be a little different from the last time, but as for what was different, Yang Kai couldn't tell. While he was in doubt, the embodiment suddenly sent a message from the small sealed world bead. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched, showing a headache. But soon, he made a decision and said to Mai Jua beside him, "Quickly retreat, I will go and take a look." As he said this, he rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the blue light that was trying to devour him. A fragrant wind blew beside him, but Mai Jua didn't listen to him. Instead, she chased after him and said while flying, "Disciple is willing to do her best." Yang Kai was speechless, but since she was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse her, so he had to wrap her up with his demonic chi. Not long after, the two of them plunged head first into the azure color. Suddenly, both Yang Kai and Mai Jua felt as if they had fallen into water. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they realized that they were indeed underwater. However, with the protection of their demonic chi, the surrounding water was unable to penetrate their bodies. Mai Jua looked shocked. She couldn't understand. They were flying in the starfield, so how did they end up in water? Moreover, this water seemed to be different from ordinary water. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Pulling her along, he turned and rushed straight up. With a splash, the water splashed in all directions as the two of them rushed out of the water. Mai Jua had rich combat experience. As soon as she came out of the water, she urged her Saint Chi, her beautiful eyes looking around to check the situation of the enemy. At the same time, she grasped the divine stone in her hand, ready to throw it out at any time. But after a glance, she couldn't help but be stunned. The place they appeared in wasn't the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but in a garden. The area of the garden wasn't too big, and one could see the end of it at a glance, but the scenery was good. There were rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. There was a pavilion in the garden, and a small pond in the corner. She and Yang Kai had rushed out of the pond. The water of the pond was blue, exactly the same as the blue color of the starfield in the starfield. Mai Jua was stunned. The pond under her was only a few dozen meters in diameter, but when she was in it before, she clearly felt like she was in a vast ocean. But soon, she showed a look of shock, because the world energy in this garden was unimaginably rich. Her aptitude was good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Origin King realm. But if she could cultivate in such a place, the efficiency would definitely be 100 times faster. Is there such a paradise in this world? Not only was the world energy rich, there seemed to be something else, but her martial Dao level was too low, so she couldn't comprehend it at all. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Hearing this, Mai Jua followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She saw a person sitting in the pavilion over there. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard. The old man had a kind face, and he had quite an immortal aura. What shocked Mai Jua wasn't the old man's appearance, but that she clearly looked around carefully before, but didn't find any trace of this old man. It was only when Yang Kai spoke that she noticed him. At this moment, a chessboard was placed in front of the old man named Wukong. The black and white characters on the chessboard were entangled with each other, and a strong murderous aura came out of the chessboard, straight to her mind. Just glancing at the chessboard, Mai Jua's face turned pale. At the same time, she felt very strange in her heart. This old man is so bored, he's actually playing chess with himself, and it's hard to tell who will win. The old man in the pavilion raised his head, looked at young Kai for a while, and laughed. Why are you here? Chapter 3674. Why can't I be here? Young Kai flew into a rage. He stepped into the pavilion and looked down at the old man with hostility. Wukong, what are you doing? Previously, when the embodiment transmitted a message saying that it had sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, young Kai had a bad feeling. Now that he entered the pavilion and saw that it was indeed Wukong who was causing trouble, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The last time he saw Wukong, he was still in the ancestral territory. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would come to invade his own star territory. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Hongchen was in the same body as him, young Kai wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He would just beat him up. Although Wukong was one of the great emperors, he shouldn't have fully recovered yet. Young Kai was more than a little stronger than when he was on the Dragon Island. He even had 4 half-saint of demon race subordinates following his orders. If they really fought, he wasn't afraid of him. Young Kai entered the pavilion, and Mai Jua also followed him in. She stood behind young Kai with a vigilant look on her face and tightened her grip on the god's stone. It could be seen that the master of the star territory and this old man knew each other, but their relationship wasn't very good. The master of the star territory was prejudiced against the old man, so she naturally didn't put on a good face. Wukong blinked and then smiled. That star territory is yours. He was also a smart person. At first, he was surprised to see young Kai here, but soon he understood the cause and effect. What do you think? Young Kai leaned over and slapped the chessboard in front of him. The black and white chess pieces were shaken, and they were in a mess in an instant. Wukong frowned and looked at the chessboard. He sighed leisurely. I'm about to win. Look at you, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight, sigh? Before he finished speaking, young Kai directly flipped the chessboard. This time, the black and white chess pieces weren't in a mess, and they all flew up. Wukong laughed. Do you know that a lot of people will die if you do that? There was no need for him to say anything. After young Kai flipped over the chessboard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, countless palm shadows appeared in the pavilion. The palm shadows closed and merged back into his body. Young Kai hugged a large pile of chess pieces, his face filled with shock and fear. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared at young Kai. Mana, have you become the demon race? When young Kai didn't make a move, he couldn't see it. But when young Kai made a move, his demon yuan surged with astonishing momentum. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see some clues. Young Kai's face was frighteningly pale. He looked down at the chess piece in his arms, his eyelids twitching. What are you doing? Wukong didn't answer the question. Interesting. You've actually become the demon race, but why haven't you lost your mind? If it's convenient, can you let this old master take a look? Young Kai coldly said, you can take a look if you want, but you can't do it for free. Wukong smiled and nodded. If you have any questions, just ask. Young Kai snorted and sat down on the chair opposite Wu Guang. He carefully placed the chess pieces in his arms on the chessboard one by one. He didn't return to his original position, just placed them properly. Then, he carefully examined the chess pieces and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them before letting out a long sigh of relief. Mai Jua didn't understand why young Kai attached so much importance to the chess pieces. She curiously glanced at the chessboard and suddenly became sluggish. She stood in place with absent-minded eyes, as if her soul had been sucked away and she had suddenly become a walking corpse. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her body. Mai Jua suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face was pale as she said in horror, Master, this chessboard and chess pieces, I know. Young Kai nodded. Mai Jua's face turned even paler when she heard this. If she had suspected that she had seen wrongly, then after hearing young Kai's answer, how could she not know that what she saw was true? That chessboard wasn't a chessboard at all. It was clearly a vast star field. Those chess pieces weren't chess pieces at all. They were impressively stars. The seemingly amiable and sage-like old man in front of her was actually using the star field as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces to play chess with himself. Suddenly seeing such a scene, my Ju'er's origin king realm cultivation was naturally taken aback. If Yang Kai hadn't acted in time, she was afraid that she would have really become a walking corpse. Only now did she understand the meaning of the old man's words. Those chess pieces were real stars. Each of the stars contained billions of lives. Yang Kai had flipped the chessboard, which was equivalent to flipping the star field. The chess pieces flew out, and the planet shook. How could people not die? Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and collected the chess pieces that had flown out. Otherwise, he would have really caused a lot of deaths. My Ju'er was completely stunned. She didn't understand whether this was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it was reality, could anyone in reality do such a thing? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand. Wukong didn't hesitate and put 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He then separated a part of his consciousness to check the situation inside his body. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior Hong Chen is here. If you can kill me, then do it." My Ju'er thought that Wukong was playing chess by himself, but Yang Kai knew that he was playing chess with Duan Hong Chen. Since the great emperors of Hong Chen could play chess with Wukong, they could naturally stop him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Wukong would harm him. Wukong smiled lightly and showed a disdainful look. That old ghost has already been refined by this king. There is no such person as Duan Hong Chen in this world. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This old master is alive and well." Yang Kai grinned, "Greetings, senior. This junior is very happy to see that senior is well." Wukong nodded and looked at my Ju'er, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and said, "Little girl, you look pretty good. Did you just take her in?" Yang Kai felt embarrassed. She is from the Star Territory. She happened to be here, so I brought her over. Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said to my Ju'er, "Little girl, since you are here, why don't you stay and serve this king? This king can teach you the supreme Tao." The great emperors of Hong Chen were the most free and easy people, but since the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, they were tied together with Wukong. There was no wine to drink, no meat to eat, and no beauties to surround them. They were so bored that they were about to rot. It was rare for someone to come here, so they naturally wanted to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything, but it was better to face a beautiful little girl than to face Wukong all day. A great opportunity, a supreme fortune, was placed in front of her, but my Ju'er's face turned pale and she shook her head like a rattle. She didn't know the situation, but she felt that the old man in front of her didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, he seemed a little crazy, so how could she dare to stay? As for the supreme Tao, who knew if what he said was true or false, so she didn't want it. Upon seeing this, Wukong didn't force her and just sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, he nodded to Yang Kai and said, "You tell him." Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the chessboard, asking, "What is this?" Wukong tilted his head and carefully checked the condition of Yang Kai's body, and without thinking, he replied, "The Blood Sun Star's territory." Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Wukong admitted it, Yang Kai still sucked in a breath of cold air. "You refined a star's territory into this?" Yang Kai didn't know where the Blood Sun Star's territory was, and he had never heard of it, but he thought that it was one of the lower stars' territory, an existence similar to the Hung Luo star field. But now, it had turned into a chessboard in front of him. Wukong chuckled, "What's so strange about this? There are many in the sky." Yang Kai looked up and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky, there were large and small nebulas circling around, some as big as dustpans and some as small as wash basins. They were separated from each other by a little distance, seemingly incompatible with each other. If it weren't for Wukong's words, Yang Kai would only feel that these nebulas were a bit strange, but after listening to him and taking a closer look, how could he not see that these nebulas were really a star's territory? Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in these nebulas, The cultivation stars were as small as dust, and on these dust, there were billions of creatures living. But these creatures were the same as the chess pieces on a chessboard, completely unaware of their own situation and still doing what they should do. The situation in your body is really strange. It is obviously full of demonic chi, but why is your body not affected? How can you ensure that your divine sense is clear? Wukong asked. You know about demonic chi? Yang Kai asked. Wukong smiled mysteriously. I know a lot of things you don't know. Aren't you in the ancestral territory? Why are you here? What is this place? Yang Kai didn't feel like arguing with him about demonic chi. The most important thing now was to figure out what he was doing. This is the ancestral territory. Wukong replied. Nonsense. Yang Kai cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral territory before, so how could it be like this? But thinking about it, this old man could refine a star territory into a chessboard and nebula, so it wasn't strange for him to refine the ancestral territory into a garden. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and asked, a small world? Wukong smiled and shook his head, a large world. Yang Kai paled and looked at Wukong in horror, but he knew that Wukong wasn't exaggerating. Mai Jua had only noticed that the world energy here was extremely rich, but she hadn't noticed that the world principles here were also extremely vigorous. Just as the star boundary and the demon territory were both large worlds, although this place was slightly inferior, it wasn't too far off. Wukong didn't seem to notice Yang Kai's expression and said, there must be some kind of treasure in your knowledge sea that can keep your soul clear. This old master wants to take a look, open your divine sense. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai refused without hesitation, frowning as he turned his head and looked around. You entered the ancestral territory from the Dragon Temple in order to refine the ancestral territory? Yes, the ancestral territory is the source of all the lower star territory, so refining the ancestral territory will allow this king to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Wukong smiled and shook his head. I can't tell you that. After a pause, he said, but since you are here, I have something I need your help with. Do you think I will help you? Yang Kai sneered. Wu Kuang ignored him and continued, I want your star domain. I didn't know that you were the master of that star domain. I just happened to devour it at the right time. But it doesn't matter. Whether that star domain has a master or not, no matter who the master is, I will devour it. Not only your star domain, but all the star domains in the lower planes, I want them all. Yang Kai's voice trembled, if you want to die, I can help you. Chapter 3675. Wukong laughed in spite of himself. I haven't seen you for many years, but your tone has changed a lot. It seems that you haven't lived in vain all these years. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, I've always been like this. The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, who was known as the #1 great demon since ancient times, had a good temper. Even if Yang Kai repeatedly offended him, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, let's talk nicely. Your words are full of sarcasm, so we can't talk anymore, don't you think? Yang Kai restrained his expression. Although his expression was still indignant, he suppressed his anger and said lightly, what are you scheming? Wukong raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. The chessboard and chess pieces immediately turned into specks of starlight, twisting into a nebula that flew into the sky and hung there. Then, a tea set appeared on the table in front of him. He looked at Mai Jua who was standing behind Yang Kai with a smile and said, Girl, can you make tea? Mai Jua didn't know whether to answer or not. She looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't have any objection, so she nodded and said, I know a little. Although she knew that the old man in front of her wasn't a good person, she also knew that he was definitely a powerful person. No matter his nature was good or bad, she should have respect for the strong. Thank you. Wukong gestured with his hand. Mai Jua glanced at Kai Yang again. Seeing Kai Yang nod his head, she walked over to the table and respectfully knelt down, then began to cook in an orderly manner. Wukong looked at her for a while and confirmed that Mai Jua really knew how to make tea. She didn't know a little as she said, but seemed to be very proficient in it, so he smiled and nodded. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, this king does have a plan. This king wants to plan something that is related to the lives of the people and the survival of the star boundary. Look at you, you asked me, so I told you, but now you are looking at me with such a distrustful look. What do you want this king to do? Go on. Yang Kai gestured to him with his chin. I'm done. Wukong smiled. That's all. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong shook his head slowly and said, Of course you won't believe me. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, even if you don't believe in this king, you should believe in Hong Chen. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, this king and Hong Chen's souls merged into one body. It's not as simple as you think. It can be said that if we are willing, we can open each other's secrets and see through each other's thoughts. It's not convenient for me to tell you what I'm going to do. Your strength is too low, so it won't do you any good to know. However, Red Dust knows, and he agrees. Yang Kai frowned. As Wukong said, he didn't believe this old man, but if Du and Hong Chen also cooperated, then he couldn't help but think about it. In order to solve the hidden danger of Wukong, the great emperors of Hong Chen repeatedly entered the Shattered Star Sea with the identity of a Dao Source Realm cultivator to search for Wukong. He was called Hong Chen, and while he played in the world of mortals, he was also attached to the world of mortals and sheltered them. If Wukong's plan was really harmful to the star boundary, Du and Hong Chen would never agree. Looking straight into Wukong's eyes, as if he wanted to see through the truth and into the depths of his knowledge sea, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, Senior, is what he said true? Naturally, he wasn't asking about Wukong, but Du and Hong Chen. This time, Du and Hong Chen didn't answer with his physical body, but directly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai's mind, and said in a helpless tone, although I don't want to admit it, what this old ghost said is true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so recklessly. This old ghost's strength was higher than ours in the past, and he knew a lot of things that we didn't know. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea. I can only say that people who are different cannot work together. Yang Kai was surprised, not because Du and Hong Chen had confirmed Wukong's words, but because of the pain in the great emperors of Hong Chen's tone. It was because of the result of the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea was an unprecedented battle started by the great emperors of the star boundary in order to get rid of the evil Wukong. In this battle, 4 great emperors fell one after another, and Wukong's physical body was shattered, and his soul escaped. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with this battle. Even though 4 great sovereigns had fallen and the star boundary had paid a huge price, the great sovereigns had died a worthy death in order to remove the malignant tumor known as heaven-devouring great sovereign. But now, listening to Du and Hong Chen's tone, Yang Kai actually had a feeling that the battle in the Shattered Star Sea was wrong. If this was really the case, how could the 4 fallen great emperors rest in peace? Du and Hong Chen continued, but you can rest assured that with me watching over him, even if he messes around, there will be a limit. Just take these stars as an example. Although he refined them, he didn't harm a single life in these territory, nor did he destroy a single star. He just used the ancestral territory as the foundation to fuse those stars with the ancestral territory. Yang Kai gently took a breath, calmed down the tumbling emotions in his heart, and frowned. What exactly is it that is related to the safety of the star boundary? Du and Hong Chen replied, this matter is indeed a bit troublesome. It's useless to tell you now, so don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good. When the time comes, you will naturally know. If it was Wukong who said this, Yang Kai would definitely spit in his face, but it was Du and Hong Chen who said this. Even if Yang Kai was itching to know, it was not good for him to ask more. He gently nodded and said, every star territory in the lower plane has to be refined and integrated into the ancestral territory. Du and Hong Chen said, your strength is not bad now, so you should be able to feel the changes in the ancestral territory. Old Ghost said that this place is a big universe, and it is not wrong. According to his and my estimation, if all the star territory in the lower plane is integrated, the ancestral territory can indeed become a big universe. At that time, the ancestral territory will not be inferior to the star boundary in the slightest. You should know that every star territory in the lower plane is separated from the ancestral territory. Now that it is integrated back, it is just returning to the origin. It would be best if all of them can be integrated. If there is 1 or 2 star territory missing, no one can say what the result will be. Yang Kai pondered for a long time, and then said, "What will be the consequences of the integration of the star territory?" The most direct consequence is that your identity as the master of the star territory will be lost. As for the other consequences, it is nothing. The original life in the star territory will be the same after the integration. It will not affect them. It can even be said that they will gain some benefits because of this. If the big universe of the ancestral territory is formed, the integrated star territory will naturally benefit. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I came down, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower plane star territory are like a big tree. The star boundary is the high crown of the tree, and the star territory of the lower plane star territory is like the roots of the tree. Now that Wukong has taken away these roots and integrated them, it will not affect the star boundary." Roots and tree crown? There was a hint of surprise in Duan Hong Chen's voice. This statement is quite interesting and not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely correct. The relationship between the star fields and the star boundary is indeed like the roots and the crown of a tree. After the integration of the star fields, the star boundary will naturally have some impact on the star boundary. The biggest impact is that if the cultivators in the star field have enough cultivation to break free from the shackles of world principles, they will no longer enter the star boundary but the ancestral territory. As for the star boundary, it has long been set in stone and the living beings in it will reproduce endlessly. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Seeing Senior again today, Senior seems to agree with Wukong's actions. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, in order to destroy Wukong's soul, Duan Hong Chen did not hesitate to die together with him. He even regarded him as a scourge. Although he was later stopped by Yang Kai, he also tried his best to solve his own problems. But seeing him today, he actually stood on the same side as Wukong and spoke for him everywhere." This made Yang Kai think more about it. He did not know whether Duan Hong Chen was like this, or whether he was deceived by Wukong, or whether Wukong had done something to Duan Hong Chen. This old man is not deaf. Anyway, this old man is much older than you. Can you respect this old man and not call me Wukong? Why does it sound so unpleasant? Wukong looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Then how do you think I should address you? Respect you as senior?" Wukong smiled and said, "I know you have a prejudice against this old man. In this world, who doesn't know this old man's name and doesn't have a prejudice against this old man? But when this old man became famous, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. When did this old man's actions hurt your interests in the slightest? Now, you fear this old man like a tiger and avoid this old man like a snake or a scorpion. It's just an old rumor that people echo. Nowadays, how many people in the star boundary understand this old man's temperament?" Yang Kai sneered and said, "According to what you said, you had difficulties in your actions back then." Wukong chuckled and said, "I didn't have any difficulties. I killed those people, destroyed those stars, and destroyed the territory of the star boundary. It's natural for me to have a bad reputation, but there is always a reason, and it's not as simple as you think. There is a mystery behind this matter. So far, only Hong Chen knows about it. The others, even the great emperors, don't know about it." After a pause, he said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's drink." While they were talking, Mai Jua had already brewed the fragrant tea. She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Mai Jua. Mai Jua was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness." In front of the master of the star territory and the master of the star territory, even the master of the star boundary territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. "Just drink it, it's definitely good stuff," Yang Kai said and stuffed the cup into Mai Jua's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet, just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Mai Jua's first-order Origin King cultivation, This was an opportunity, so how could he miss it? Chapter 3676. When Mai Jue heard this, she couldn't say anything more, mainly because she also felt that this spiritual tea was extraordinary. Since Yang Kai had said so, she could only obey. She picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Suddenly, her body shook and her eyes widened. She froze in place, as if someone had cast a spell on her. However, it only took a moment for her to recover. Her eyes shone brightly as she gulped down the tea in the cup in just a few mouthfuls. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and casually poured another cup for her. Mai Jue's face was suddenly filled with fear, as if she was flattered. Duan Hongchen's voice sounded in his mind, if it is harmful to the boundless secular world, this old master will fight to the death to stop it. Otherwise, this old master will help with all his strength. These words were in response to Yang Kai's previous question. Although there was no direct response, it showed that the great emperors of the secular world felt that Wukong's actions were not harmful to the Star Boundaries territory, but rather beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded. He held the teacup and took a sip, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After pondering for a while, he said, "The two of you should know about the flowing time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, right?" Wukong smiled. "It's a pity that we didn't meet before death. Since ancient times, the Star Boundary had given birth to countless great emperors. Each new generation replaced the old, and each new generation produced talented people. However, only two great emperors were famous. One was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the other was the flowing time Great Emperor. The world wondered, if these two great emperors lived in the same era, which one would be stronger and which one would be weaker. Not only did the world think so, but Wukong also thought so. He was able to fight against the combined forces of many great emperors by himself. Although his physical body was destroyed, he was able to kill 4 of them. There was no doubt about his strength. It's just that before the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, before the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, and before Wukong became famous, the flowing time Great Emperor had already fallen. He regretted that he could not live in the same era as the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, otherwise, he would have competed with him for supremacy. The master of the flowing time Great Emperor was beaten to death. Yang Kai looked into his eyes. Wukong's smile stiffened. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, Duan Hongchen exclaimed. A moment later, Wukong's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you know?" "You're not surprised?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Wukong coldly snorted, "This king has also been beaten to death, what's there to be surprised about? As long as one's strength is strong enough, who in this world can avoid being beaten to death? Tell me, what do you know about the flowing time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I don't know much, and I only learned about it recently. The flowing time Great Emperor Master left a flowing time temple in the Four Seasons realm. More than 10 years ago, a guy named Wind Monarch took a skeleton to the Four Seasons realm, arranged a large array, and stimulated the power of the skeleton, almost summoning the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm. As for that skeleton, it contains the power of time." Wukong frowned. "What does this mean?" "That skeleton is the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. If it wasn't the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor Master, how could it connect to the flowing time temple and draw it out of the Great Emperor's palaces? And this is just one of the skeletons. In the Eastern Sea, there are many more skeletons that were obtained by the ancestors of the monster race in the sea. It is said that they were picked up by accident, and no one knows how many years have passed since then." Wukong's expression became even more dignified as he listened to Yang Kai's explanation. How could he not know that the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor was found outside, and that he died without a complete corpse? He had been beaten to death because he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. The other great emperors had joined forces to fight to the death, but they were not strong enough. But in the era when the flowing time Great Emperor lived, he was almost respected, and the flowing time Great Emperor himself did not do any evil, so how could he be beaten to death? Who had the ability to do so? Yang Kai continued, "The flowing time Great Emperor Master once subdued the ancient divine spirit Chengqi as his mount. Although the flowing time Great Emperor died, Cheongchi is still alive, and has been guarding the Flowing Time Temple ever since. By chance, Cheongchi has a good relationship with me. According to him, when the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master was in seclusion in the temple, he suddenly comprehended a mysterious principle outside the universe, and broke out of seclusion to travel the universe. But decades later, when the life treasure of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master returned to the temple, there was no news of him since then. Combined with the skeletons, it is not difficult to guess what happened to the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master that year. He must have encountered some danger outside the universe, and finally died. Wukong nodded. Combined with Yang Kai's words, there was no problem with this inference. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and continued, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor Master's death shows that there is a great danger outside the universe, and even a powerhouse like him is powerless to resist. Just now, you said that the conspiracy is related to the common people and the safety of the star boundary. Wukong, have you also traveled the universe like the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master? If so, what did you see? What kind of scenery is it outside the universe?" No one knew who was stronger between Wukong and the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but these two were definitely stronger than the average Great Emperors. If the Flowing Time Great Emperor could travel the universe, Wukong might be able to do the same. Yang Kai's eyes were burning, staring at Wukong without blinking, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on his face. Unfortunately, Wukong didn't react at all. His ruddy face was like an ancient well without any ripples. After a long silence, he said, "I don't know anything about the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and I can't be sure whether the danger he encountered is related to my conspiracy. What I can tell you is that there is indeed a great danger outside the universe." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "You really have been outside the universe?" Wukong shook his head. "I haven't been there. It's just that there is a trace of spiritual awareness in the unseen world. It's because of this feeling that I didn't dare to go. Didn't dare to go." It wouldn't be strange if these words came from anyone else, but from Wukong's mouth, it was a little creepy. While speaking, Wukong raised his hand and wanted to pour himself another cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He directly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into my Juer's arms. "Take it back and drink slowly. Don't drink too much at once. 1 or 2 cups are enough." My Juer was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai and then at Wukong. She wanted to put down the teapot, but her face was full of reluctance. But if she just held it like this, it would be too unsightly. She just drank 2 cups of tea. How could she not know the endless magical effects of this tea? After going back, she would find a place to meditate in seclusion. Her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Now that Yang Kai stuffed the remaining half of the teapot into her hands, my Juer was really grateful and frightened. Wukong laughed and put down the empty cup. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's fate that we met. Girl, take it." My Juer's voice trembled. She bowed and saluted, "Thank you, senior." She held the teapot in her arms like a treasure and wouldn't let go no matter what. Wukong put his hands in his sleeves, glanced at Yang Kai, and said, "Don't think too much. I am not sure what dangers there are outside the universe. What I am doing now is just preparing for a rainy day. Although your strength is not weak now, it is still too low in my eyes. It is useless to think too much. As for the lower plane star territory, I won't fuse with you first. In any case, there are still some lower plane star territory. I will wait until I finish fusing with the others and see the situation. How about it?" If Wukong was only doing it for his own selfish desires, Yang Kai wouldn't have agreed. He would have fought with him here. But now that he knew some inside information, and Duan Hongchen had said it first, it would be too unreasonable for him to hold on to his identity as the master of the lower plane star territory. So, he nodded and said, "All right. But let me say the ugly words first. It doesn't matter if you fuse with me, but if you dare to harm even a blade of grass or a tree in the lower plane star territory, I will not let you go." Wukong chuckled, "Old Duan is watching. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. Okay, my business is done. Old Duan has something to ask you. Let him talk to you." Yang Kai straightened his face and asked, "Senior, what are your orders?" The old man's face twisted and squirmed, and soon, it turned into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was probably because Wukong's soul had retreated, and Duan Hongchen was in charge of the physical body. Duan Hongchen moved his body a little and frowned. Did something big happen in the upper plane recently? Yang Kai said calmly. Senior, you mean, Duan Hongchen said, about 15 years ago. This old man suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. I didn't know why, but after thinking about it, something must have happened in the upper plane. Moreover, it was related to the other great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard anything about it? After he finished asking, he saw Yang Kai's mournful expression and couldn't help but tighten his face. Did something really happen? He and Wukong had been staying in the ancestral territory for all these years, and they hadn't returned to the territory of the upper plane. They didn't know what the situation was like in the territory of the upper plane. However, the great emperors were all recognized by the heavens of the upper plane. When one of them died, the natural sign of the upper plane would sense it. It was just that Duan Hongchen wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, Master Ming Yu has died. Duan Hongchen looked startled and asked subconsciously, Ming Yu is dead. How did she die? Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal, it was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Ming Yu have died for no reason? Master Ming Yu died at the hands of this junior, Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchen was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Mai Jua looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Ming Yu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Ming Yu was a top powerhouse, and a good person at that, but this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plane's territory. Mai Jua couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, Duan Hongchen gently nodded. No wonder when I saw you this time, I felt Ming Yu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why. Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry. He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchen would definitely ask him why he killed Ming Yu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Chapter 3677. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. Although Ming Yu was promoted to Great Emperors after the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, as Great Emperors, he was the strongest fighting force in Star Boundary. If he was unwilling, how could you kill him? He was actively seeking death, wasn't he? After a pause, he continued, was he facing a certain death situation, and then asked you to kill him? No, with your temperament, I'm afraid that even if Ming Yu asked, you wouldn't really kill him. In that case, he should have taken advantage of your unpreparedness and died at your hands. Because Ming Yu died at your hands, you obtained his world recognition, which is why you have the aura of him and Star Boundary. Am I right? Four eyes met. Yang Kai was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Hongchen had been dragged to this territory by Wukong for many years, so he had not heard anything about Star Boundary, but he had almost inferred the truth of the matter just from a predetermined result, which showed how meticulous his mind was. But that's not right. Duan Hongchen suddenly frowned. Even if Ming Yu died at your hands, how did you obtain his world recognition? When a great emperor dies, the recognition of the will of heaven and earth will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. It will wait for the birth of the next great emperor before it can be added to their body. Could it be that when Ming Yu died, the recognition of heaven and earth couldn't dissipate and could only merge with your body? If that's the case, Ming Yu didn't die in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai took a light breath. The place where Ming Yu Master died is indeed not in Star Boundary. Duan Hongchen showed a look of understanding and nodded. Tell me, what happened these years? Demon plague. Yang Kai spat out two words. Duan Hongchen's expression turned cold. The demon race? Yes. Young Kai nodded. Senior should still remember the demon nest in the southern swamp and the awakening of Azure Sun Temple's demon sense, right? Back then, Young Kai was entrusted by Azure Sun Temple's chief disciple, Xia Sheng, to accompany a woman named Hua Yulu to explore the cave mansion in the southern swamp. They thought that they would be able to find some benefits, but they did not expect to inadvertently unseal a demon nest and release many sealed demonic senses, causing a commotion in the southern territory. At that time, one of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family's patriarch, Gong Yu, who had been possessed by the demon sense. Young Kai and the others chased him all the way until they finally reached Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple T Young and the others, and Young Kai and the others chased after him. They Chuan Hong Chen's demons, and finally, Yu and possessed, Who's, and Yu, and the Hong Yu and Hong Heaven. At that time, Duan Hong Chen happened to be in Azure Sun Temple and was in the Divine Ascension Mirror, trying to solve the problem of his body being occupied by Wukong, so he knew about this matter. When he heard Young Kai say this, Duan Hong Chen nodded. Of course I remember. Young Kai smiled bitterly. That was only the beginning. First, the demon nest was unsealed and the awakening of demon sense took over. The Southern Territory was in turmoil for more than 10 years before it gradually calmed down. Everyone thought that the trouble had been dealt with, but who knew that there would be an even bigger conspiracy behind it? Junior heard that among the current 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the most mysterious one is the Western Territory's Shadow Great Emperors, Night Shadow from the Shadowkill Hall. Our seniors don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Now, it seems that it is not that he is mysterious, but that he is deliberately hiding it. Great Emperor's Night Shadow, Kan Yi, carries the bloodline of the demon race's shadow demon. He is a chess piece that the demon race has planted in the Star Boundary. Even with Duan Hong Chen's calm temperament, his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Among the 10 great emperors, no matter whether they were familiar with each other or how close they were, they had always interacted with each other after so many years. When he was roaming the mortal world, he had also been a guest at the Shadowkill Hall and had even come into close contact with Kan Yi, but even so, he did not find anything wrong with Kan Yi. He never would have thought that one of the 10 great emperors would carry the bloodline of the demon race. In ancient times, the demon race had invaded the Star Boundary. Yang Kai knew about this, so it was impossible for Duan Hong Chen not to know. If there were some fish that had escaped the net, or if there were some women in the Star Boundary who had been abducted, humiliated, and given birth to a child, it would make sense. Kan Yi's demon race bloodline could probably be traced back to the last war between the two realms. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, as if he was mocking and sorrowful. With one of the great emperors as a spy, and the demon race having been plotting for a long time, they naturally found the right opportunity and easily broke through the barrier between the two realms, opening a passage between the two realms. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this at that time. The great emperors who heard the news went in one after another to investigate the situation, but in the end, they were ambushed by the demon race's demon saint. Bright Moon Master fell into the demon race's territory in order to cover for the others to escape. Later, this brat was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations and used a ruse to become the demon race's territory. On the surface, this brat became the demon race, but in reality, he went to find out the whereabouts of Bright Moon Master and see if there was a chance to bring him back. Yang Kai paused for a moment, then continued, speaking of this matter, I still have to thank Wukong. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics being unacceptable to the world, I wouldn't have been able to find a suitable reason to play this ruse. Entering the territory of Become the Demon Race was very smooth. This junior found the trapped Bright Moon Master in a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. At that time, the Master was seriously injured, and the demon race's demon saint laid down the 12 Great Demon Formation. In addition, the blood demon Saint Xueli laid down a boundless sea of blood to trap him. Bright Moon Master bitterly held on in the sea of blood within the Great Formation. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene of seeing Bright Moon for the first time in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Duan Hong Chen interrupted, this old man knows that the demon race's territory is also a large universe. The demon saint you speak of should be an existence not inferior to the great emperors, right? How many demon saint do they have? Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior is correct. In the demon race's territory, the demon saint's status and strength are indeed comparable to the great emperors of the Star Realm. As for the number, there are no less than 12. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, revealing a troubled expression. The Star Realm originally had 10 great emperors, but he was held back by Wukong in the ancestral territory. At that time, Bright Moon had fallen into the demon race's territory, and Kanyi had defected. This meant that there were only 7 great emperors left in the Star Realm to preside over matters. On the other hand, in the demon race's territory, there were 12 demon saint eyeing them covetously. In addition to Kanyi, who had defected, it was 7 against 13. The difference in numbers was somewhat large, almost twice the difference. With a difference of 2 times the battle strength of the peak, there was no need to think about this war between the two realms. The Star Realm's side would be incomparably difficult. Wrinkling his brows, Duan Hongchen asked suspiciously, according to what you said, Bright Moon had fallen deep into the demon race's territory at that time, and was even heavily injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him, so why did the demon saint only trap him and not kill him? Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, This junior also had this question, but after Bright Moon's master explained it, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saint didn't want to kill him, but that they had a bigger scheme. They were scheming for the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization, so that's how it is. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain too much. He already understood what the demon race's territory was planning to do at that time. Under the circumstances at that time, they indeed had the strength to kill Bright Moon, but what about after killing him? At most, the Star Realm's side would have 1 less peak battle strength. If Bright Moon died, and there was no suitable vessel, the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his body could dissipate and return to the Star Realm. But if they trapped him and didn't kill him, they could find a way to refine Bright Moon and let the demon race's territory devour the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on Bright Moon. Then they could expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon race's territory. It had to be said that the demon race had a good plan. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything after that. With Duan Hongchen's thoughts, how could he not have guessed it? When the final battle broke out, Bright Moon felt that there was no hope for him to escape and died at the hands of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was someone from the Star Realm, so the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his identity would naturally merge with Yang Kai's body. There was no other choice. You've done well. Duan Hongchen didn't ask any more questions and didn't let Yang Kai continue to explain. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. At that time, if it were any other great emperors, they would have made the same choice, but fortunately, you have appeared in front of this old master again. It seems that although there were dangers, you were able to turn the situation around. Bright Moon's Star Realm's recognition was transferred to Yang Kai, so Duan Hongchen could almost imagine what kind of reaction the demon race had at that time. They must have been red-eyed and hunted down Yang Kai. No matter what the process was, at least Yang Kai was still alive now. The Star Realm should thank you, and us old fellows should also thank you. If the portion of the Star Realm's recognition was seized by the demon race's territory, then the Star Realm would no longer be complete. At that time, no one could say what the consequences would be. Yang Kai was terrified. Senior is too serious. I only hope that I won't disappoint Master Bright Moon's trust. Duan Hongchen sighed and suddenly took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Yang Kai. He then raised the cup to the sky, offering a toast to his old friend, and drank it in one gulp. Yang Kai also offered a toast. Perhaps because he suddenly learned that one of his old friends had fallen, Duan Hongchen's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. After drinking a cup of wine, he was silent for a long time. He just sat there, not speaking, not moving, and his aura was still. After an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his complexion had returned to normal. All good things must come to an end. In the eyes of the great emperors, life, old age, illness, and death had long been a thing of the past. How is the situation in the Star Realm now? Seeing that you still have the mind to come to this lower plains territory, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Duan Hong Chen asked. He and Wukong had other important matters to attend to. It would be best if the situation in the Star Realm was stable, but if the war was tense, he really had to consider whether he should return to the Star Realm to support the other great emperors. The first few years were quite difficult. After all, the demon race was well prepared, and the Star Realm was caught off guard, but now it has stabilized. When this junior returned from the demon race's territory, I cast a spell to seal the passage between the two worlds. As the passage between the two worlds is not open, there is no reinforcements from the demon race's territory that can be mobilized. Relying only on the demon race's army left in the Star Realm, they can't make any waves. Chapter 3678. Yang Kai smiled and continued, previously, this junior received news that the remaining demon race army in the star boundary has been annihilated, and those who are still alive have been subdued. Now, the star boundary's 54 legions have gathered in the Western Territory and are resting in front of the passage between the two worlds. Once the time is right, they will launch a large-scale counterattack. Good. Duan Hong Chen's expression brightened and revealed a look of joy. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the crisis of the star boundary for a long time, he finally had some decent good news. However, after shouting, his expression turned gloomy. The flames of war and the separation of life and death have caused the boundless secular world to suffer. Yang Kai also sighed. The war between the two races has swept across the two worlds. No one can stay out of it. Duan Hong Chen nodded and said, later, I will ask Old Wu to leave a secret door in your territory. If the situation in the star boundary is dangerous, remember to come and inform this old master. This old master doesn't want to miss such a big event. Good, if there is anything I need senior's help with, this junior will definitely come and inform you. Duan Hong Chen continued, as for your territory, I will help you keep an eye on it. If possible, I will try my best not to move, but if by any chance, I may need your cooperation. But you can rest assured that with me watching, Old Wu will not add to the killing. I trust senior. Yang Kai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, if senior has nothing else, then this junior will take his leave. Go, I hope you can bring some good news when we meet again. Yang Kai got up and bowed. Mai Jue also quickly stood up, holding the teapot in her arms as she respectfully bid farewell. Duan Hong Chen gently waved his hand and a gentle force suddenly wrapped around the two. In the blink of an eye, the two had returned to the star field. As far as the eye could see, the blue color that covered the star field was quickly fading away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai knew that this void corridor should be the secret door left by Duan Hong Chen. Through this corridor, he could enter the ancestral territory and meet with Duan Hong Chen. The passageway flashed and disappeared. However, Yang Kai could sense that it was still there. It was just that he could not see it. Moreover, even if others passed by, it would not matter if they directly passed through. Only by locking onto the other end of the passageway could they travel through the void. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled at Mai Jue and said, I should also go. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Mai Jue was startled and immediately reacted, Master wants to go back? Yang Kai nodded. That's right. What are your plans? Mai Jue lowered her head and looked at the teapot in her arms. Biting her red lips, she said, find a place to cultivate in seclusion and go to help Master as soon as possible. Yang Kai chuckled. Then thank you in advance. I remember you said before that you are from the Jade Cloud Star. Let me give you a ride. This was almost the edge of the star field. It was extremely desolate. With Mai Jue's current cultivation, flying in the star field would take several years before she could return to the Jade Cloud Star. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at her forehead. With a thought, Mai Jue suddenly disappeared. The moment before she disappeared, Mai Jue anxiously said, Master, take care. After sending Mai Jue away, Yang Kai gently took a breath and walked in the star field. There seemed to be invisible stairs under his feet. After 5 or 6 steps, his whole body suddenly merged into the void and disappeared. 3 days later, in the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, young Kai was wearing a jade robe, a jade crown on his head, and a python belt on his waist. He had the bearing of a great master as he sat in the middle of the hall. On the left side below, Haiji reported loudly, "Master has not been here for more than 10 years. The GZ army has taken shape. Now, the army has a total of 378,462 people, of which 280 to 90 are above the emperor level. Imitating the other armies, this humble one has divided the army into 10 towns. Among them, the Central Army has 20,000 elites guarding the commander's flag. The Central Army is headed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui." At this point, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood up and cupped their hands together. "This humble one greets master." Yang Shui still had a serious expression on her face, but Yang Xiao was smiling mischievously. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his hand. A large order flew out and he said in a deep voice, "Yang Xiao and Yang Xiao, listen to my orders. Take the Central Army order and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. We will eliminate the evil and protect the righteous path." Yang Xiao received the order and became much more serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Yes." Haiji's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and looked at Yang Kai. "Master, the Central Army's responsibility is to guard Master's side and protect Master's safety. Someone else will go into battle to kill the enemy. Is that so?" Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed softly. He changed his words and said, "Then the 2 of you will follow me and listen to my orders at any time." Yang Xiao and Yang Shui responded again in a deep voice and left. Haiji continued, "Outside the Central Army, there will be 9 towns of eagle, ox, scorpion, dragon, snake, flower, dragon, and phoenix. Tianfeng Town has a total of 30,000 people and is responsible for supervising the army. The head of Tianfeng Town is Liu Yang and the assistant is Su Yang." 2 figures came out of the ranks, one big and one small. The big one was dignified and generous, while the small one had a glassy body and clear eyes. They cupped their hands together. "Greetings, master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and passed another order, saying, "Since the 2 of you are responsible for supervising the army, you must act impartially and not be biased. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, bewitching people's hearts, behead them. Disobeying orders, behead them. Shaking morale, behead them. Fearing battle and running away, behead them. Stealing battle achievements, behead them." "Yes." Liu Yang received the order and answered together with Su Yang. After they left, Haiji opened his mouth again and introduced the duties of the other 8 towns one by one. As the army commander, Yang Kai naturally knew these things like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to command the troops on the battlefield in the future. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Zhu Qing, and the deputy head was Zhu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor Realm. With Haiji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix Town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Liu Yang and Su Yang. The Soaring Eagle Town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion Town's head was Xie Wuwei, The Fireball Town's head was Shi Lei, the Angry Dragon Town's head was Li Jiao, the Heavenly Fox Town's head was Hu Fei, the Falling Flowers Town's head was Du Mi, the Spirit Snake Town's head was Kai Lian, and the Divine Dragon Town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Xiao and Yang Shui who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a third-stage Emperor Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank Monster King. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup. Compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies, the GZ army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the Seven Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Haiji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qing Sai's report, Yang Kai knew that Haiji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army. Not to mention the others, although the various Monster Kings, Xie Wuwei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Kai Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace. After the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Haiji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Luan Feng and the others be willing to let these 6 Monster Kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingchen army, and the army commander of the Bingchen army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. When Yang Kai wanted to establish the GZ army, they naturally wanted to join him. No army commander could stop them, and even the Seven Mist Sea couldn't do anything to them. This was only the level of a main town. Under the main town, there were camp commanders and Wu guards. The position of Wu guard was still acceptable, as it could be reluctantly taken up by someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the camp commander had to be overseen by someone from the Emperor realm in order to convince the masses. Where did the people from the Emperor realm come from? Weren't they all roped in by Haiji? Over the past 10 years, Haiji had visited the 54th Route Army. Almost every Route Army commander had been roped in by him. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to talk to, but Haiji was simply too shameless. He relied on his identity as the son of the great emperors to act shamelessly. No one could deal with him. The Seven Mist Sea had received countless complaints from army commanders. Li Wui also didn't know how many times Haiji had talked to Haiji. On the surface, Haiji agreed, but once he left the Seven Mist Sea, he would do whatever he wanted. He was a real pain in the ass. In the past 10 years, Haiji had offended almost all of the 54th Route Army commanders. Now, those army commanders were most unwilling to see him. It could be said that they feared him like a ferocious tiger and avoided him like a snake. When they heard that Haiji had come to visit, they had to avoid him no matter how strong they were. Otherwise, he would ask for people the moment he sat down. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,